Hello, everyone. I am Amy Lewin, the editor at Sifted, the European tech publication, and I am going to be your host for the day. If you can tell from my voice, I have picked up a bit of a cold over the weekend, so apologies for that. I will hopefully not lose my voice over the course of today. If you don't know Sifted, we cover startups and venture capital and all things connected to those ecosystems across Europe. So if you don't already read us or attend our events or read our newsletters, please check them out. Thank you very much for joining us in person, those of you who are here and online, those of you who are listening in for this third iteration of the European Investment Bank's Venture Debt Summit. It's going to be a day packed with insight, and we're all going to be going home with an even better understanding of how the EIB can help you finance and grow your amazing businesses. Let me quickly share some housekeeping rules. If you are a moderator, please respect the timings. If you are a participant, please head back to this room promptly because we have heaps of content all day long and we don't want to miss anything or make anyone late for a flight home. And please don't forget to use the QR codes, which are on the back of your name badges, which will help you keep up with the schedule. And you can also use them to schedule meetings with other participants. And don't worry, you do not need to download an app to use it. In the room, we have CEOs and CFOs of EIB portfolio companies, VC and venture debt fund executive, leading advisors in the field of innovation and growth capital, European Commission representatives, EIB staff members, and the media. So please, everyone, network hard and have lots of fun. Now it is my honour to invite Gelsomina Vigliotti, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, on stage to share some welcome words.
Good morning and welcome to everyone. So, dear Minister, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor today to open the third edition of our EIB Adventure Summit, the European Investment Bank's annual gathering on innovation financing, and the topic of public resources support to innovation and how this can leverage private finance is of extreme relevance these days. We live in times of fast changes, geopolitical, environmental, health, societal, and technological challenges. These are all interacting with increasing velocity. Their combined impact is causing unpredictable future shocks of greater intensity. A common denominator lies behind the solutions our societies are putting forward to provide a way out of these challenges. Innovation, innovation, innovation. We should also not underestimate the important role played by maintaining a healthy innovation ecosystem in the EU economies to ensure the development and maintenance of societies open to democratic and civil liberties. There is no free, liberal, plural, and democratic social construct without an open, driving, and dynamic innovation ecosystem. The role played by public agencies, public policies in this space has been vastly analyzed in economic literature, and I will not repeat here much investigated concepts that you know better than me as well. Suffices to say that public support is fundamental to ensure presence of finance across the entire innovation chain, from seed to commercialization, to support targeted technologies or industrial landscapes not yet investable by private money only. Having a catalyst lead role in taking investment risk otherwise not supported by the market is called market failure and independent of the business cycles, the counter-cyclical function. Many of you will be familiar with the important role that the EIB plays in boosting public-private support to innovation in Europe and the instruments the bank employs to achieve this, both through financing and advisory activities. You may even have experienced the catalytic role the EIB can have on private and public investments to promote innovation and development of disruptive technologies, especially in climate action. For those who are less familiar with the European Investment Bank, first let me briefly introduce our institution. The EIB is the largest multilateral lender and borrower in the world, with over 85 billion euro financing per year. The bank was founded back in 1958 by the Treaty of Rome, and it is exclusively owned by the EU member states. The EIB mission is to promote the economic development and cohesion of the European Union by providing long-term financing for investing projects that contribute to sustainable growth and job creation. As we all know, innovation is a driving force behind economic growth, job creation, and social development. It is essential for a sustainable and prosperous future, and is essential for Europe to remain competitive in today's global economy. The EIB has a long history of supporting innovative companies and projects that have the potential to create long-term value for Europe. In parallel to other broad investment themes, the bank provides financing for around 20 billion euro per year to support innovation. This financing is spread across the member states' countries, but also the partnership countries outside of the European Union. The EIB strategy to boost innovation in Europe is centered around three key pillars. First, to support research and development activities that lead to new products, processes, and services. The second pillar is to finance the development of new and innovative technologies that address important societal challenges such as climate change. The third pillar is to facilitate access to finance for innovative companies and projects, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises. The bank has played a crucial role in supporting the research and development activities of Europe's leading industries, including automotive, aerospace, energy, health, just to name a few. The EIB has been a leader in developing financial instruments that can address market failures and promote research and development. An example that I'm particularly proud of is that the bank, in close collaboration with the European Commission, has developed a range of equity-type financing instruments under programs such as the Innofin, the Juncker Plan, or now the InvestEU, to direct directly research and development financing gaps and to fully share the research and development risks. This, complemented by our advisory services activities, has been a game changer in terms of support to innovation and in terms of mobilizing private investment across Europe. The bank's strategy in financing innovation also emphasizes the importance of supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, as they are the backbone of the European economy. The EIB provides to SMEs through various channels, such as direct equity-type loans, the so-called venture debt, where the EIB has become a market leader over the last decade. Equity investments, among others, through the bank's investment advisory activities to the European Innovation Council Fund, intermediate guarantees, and venture capital funds investment activities via the European Investment Fund. Today, we focus on the first, venture debt. The EIB venture debt activities were launched about 10 years ago and accelerated under the Juncker Plan, with the objective to support highly innovative companies in their early growth development. The EIB pioneered the introduction of venture debt, a novel equity-type financial instrument virtually absent in the European market until then. This form of debt is specifically designed for innovative companies at early to growth stages, typically backed by venture capital. It addresses the unique funding needs of fast-growing companies through customized, non-dilutive financial structures that repeat the entrepreneur's vision and control while providing the necessary capital to scale. Even today, this capital is not yet sufficiently available in Europe. In comparison to our peers, particularly the United States, Europe has historically lagged in venture investment capacity. Our investment volume is significantly lower. In addition to the liquidity limitation to the innovative companies, we in Europe also face a scarcity of specialized tech-savvy investors who play a crucial role in distinguishing viable innovation from less promising ones. This gap has hindered the full potential of our innovative projects from being realized, affecting the commercial application of outstanding research funded by our generous grants. In response to this challenge, the European Investment Bank, acting as the Innovation Bank of the European Union, has stepped forward. The need to have deep technical expertise to invest in riskier asset classes with patient capital in the European venture capital ecosystem can be addressed by the European Investment Bank. The bank has a unique combination of financial resources and advisory expertise, with over 100 women and men in different EIB teams in Europe, which is appropriate for this type of risk, but also higher impact investment. The bank is leveraging on this combination of resources and skills to fulfill its strategy of not only providing the funds, but also about catalyzing further investment from third-party investors, both public and private. Between 2014 and our first Venture Debt Summit in 2018, we deployed €1 billion in venture debt within the European Union. Between 2019 and today, that portfolio has grown to over €6 billion and include close to 300 highly innovative companies in various innovative intensive sectors, such as vaccine development, therapeutics, AI, quantum computing, robotics, green energy demonstrators, carbon capture use, and storage projects, just to name a few. Our venture debt product continuously evolves to address new challenges. Last year, we introduced a variation, our Scale-Up Debt initiative. Scale-ups are companies that have established their product in the market and now need to grow fast, gain market share, and potentially prepare an initial public offering. They are arguably too developed for the existing venture debt offering and not mature enough to access commercial lending or EIB regular debt products. The EIB Scale-Up initiative consists of tailored venture debt loans that fit the reduced risk better than the traditional product, e.g. with larger ticket size and less need for equity upside. As the European technology sector matures, debt products tailored to scale-ups are becoming crucial, and EIB stands ready to support these companies. Following the Russian aggression against Ukraine, Europe needs to improve its defenses, including with state-of-the-art technology. The EIB is currently adapting its lending policies to allow it to support innovative companies in the defense sector. Beyond the three pillars I have mentioned above, the EIB believes that making private and public finance more efficient is crucial for promoting innovation. The bank works hand in hand with national and regional governments to improve the regulatory environment for innovation financing and plays a critical role in catalyzing private and public investments to promote innovation and the development of disruptive technologies. In addition to the innovative financing instruments themselves, the EIB has been working to promote best practices in financial project management. The bank provides advisory services and technical assistance to project promoters to ensure that projects are well structured and bankable. And it has developed guidelines and standards for sustainable finance. In the last couple of years, EIB Advisory Services supported hundreds of operations, ranging from spin-outs, small SMEs, to larger infrastructure projects. In 2023, more than 100 financing operations benefited from advisory support. Overall, in excess of 70% of projects supported were related to climate innovation. As you can see, I'm very passionate about this topic, and I would be able to talk about it for a few hours, but don't worry, I will stop soon. The European Investment Bank plays a critical role in boosting innovation in Europe by providing long-term financing for innovative companies and projects. We are very happy to engage in discussion with stakeholders from the public or private sectors so that we can explore any potential collaboration that could reinforce the European innovation and competitiveness. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I would like to invite our esteemed guest of honor, Minister of Finance Roth, to take the stage and address the economic challenges in innovation from the perspective of our host country, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Thank you.
Dear Vice President Vigliotti, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to join you this morning for the EIB Venture Debt Summit. I saw that in your marketing, you added words "ad" in front for venture to spell adventure. This is indeed very fitting, since founding a company is very much akin to embarking on its adventure. It means going into the unknown, facing uncertainty and risks in the hope of finding success. As on any good adventure, however, these are calculated risks, and success requires a lot of preparation. The EIB provides invaluable support in this regard. Importantly, the EIB does so with a long-term perspective, notably via venture debt products. Such long-term support and the predictability it provides is all the more important in the current uncertain global environment. At the end of last year, global venture funding fell by 15% quarter over quarter. Despite this global decline, in a difficult environment, venture capital investments in Europe grew by 7% over the same period. This is largely thanks to strong investments in Europe in AI and also in fintech. These also happen to be priority areas for Luxembourg, especially in its role as a leading financial center. There are more than 280 fintech firms in Luxembourg today, 85 of which are based in our national fintech hub, the Loft. Given the size of our financial center, there is a strong focus on B2B, such as RegTech or FunTech solutions. Such technologies, which often leverage AI and machine learning, help the financial sector in its digital transformation. Digital transformation, together with the green transition, are, however, challenges for nearly every industry. Only a few weeks ago, I presented a 10-point action plan for my ministry in the area of sustainable finance. There are several areas I would like to develop further in this respect. It is training and education, supporting innovation by connecting financial technology and green finance, and mobilizing private capital through innovative blended finance mechanisms. The penetration of green finance in European capital markets currently stands at 11%. The potential for growth, therefore, remains substantial. However, in order to achieve the dual green and digital transition in Europe, we need to work on several fronts. The two most important elements are innovation and finance. It is the role of the public sector to create a conducive environment for innovation and innovative companies to thrive. Innovation itself, however, cannot be decreed from the top. It is the result of companies, and notably start-ups and SMEs, developing new technologies and solutions. Europe is lucky to have a strong fabric of such companies, from clean tech to health tech. SMEs represents 99% of all business and half of the GDP in the European Union. But we need to make sure that they can grow and scale up to be able to compete at the global level. This is only possible with a strong European single market. The Letta report provides a number of relevant ideas and proposals in this context. Finance will be a key driver to make the European economy more innovative, more resilient, and also more competitive globally. Here, the Capital Markets Union must play its central role. To develop deeper and more liquid capital markets in Europe, we need reduce red tape and regulatory complexity, and not add additional layers and barriers to cross-border financial services. We need improve financial education, develop expertise at the local level to be able to respond swiftly to the needs of our companies and investors, pursue supervisory convergence among national supervisors, ensure the EU capital markets remain globally interconnected. Importantly, thanks to the EIB Group, we have a fantastic tool to support innovation and the green transition of our companies and our economies. Luxembourg is the proud home of the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund. We have partnered up on several initiatives. Last year, we launched the second Luxembourg Future Fund with the EIF. With a total of 200 million euros in commitment volume between our public investment bank, the SNCE, and the EIF, this new fund provides even more firepower to support innovation. The scope of the second fund has been expanded notably to also target more major companies and thus help them scale up. It also includes sustainable economic substance criteria. This strategic cooperation with the EIB Group is an important element in our efforts to diversify our economy and support its transition to net zero. I'm convinced that to unleash the full potential of the EU economy and our companies, the EIB Group remains an essential partner. I wish you a productive conference and fruitful exchanges. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Roth. I think all of us here can agree that the EIB, the EIF, and all the connected institutions are extremely central to Europe's startup ecosystem. Now I'd like to invite to the stage Jean-Christophe Laloux, who is the Director General and Head of Operations at the EIB, to set the scene on EIB Innovation Finance, covering what the Venture Debt and Advisory Activities team get up to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. It's a real pleasure to be here. Congratulations to my colleagues for the organization and to the EIB team that takes care of organization and details. Congratulations to Minister Roth for the launch of the 200 million fund. When you relate it to the size of the country, it is quite impressive, I have to say. And also the result of very persistent efforts. I remember 25 years ago nearly being a venture capital officer in EIF and already having had the idea of Luxembourg to launch a fund of funds. So remarkable. Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to have to fasten your seatbelts because the colleagues who have helped me prepare my intervention today have 15 slides for you in 15 minutes. So I'm going to have to speed things up. And on top of that, before I even get into the slides, I'd like to tell you a little anecdote. And this is the way I'd like to start. We all know that innovation is not a linear process. As it happens, actually, in my university thesis, I tried to develop a model on how innovation comes about, to come to the end of it after a year of hard work, coming to the conclusion that, in fact, there is no model. Every innovation is actually different. And venture debt is an innovation for EIB. So let me get you behind the mirror and tell you what happened in EIB and how we came to this innovation of coming to the venture debt. We were in 2014-15 at the time, a new European Commission, Jean-Claude Juncker, well known locally, who said, you know, after the financial crisis, we're lagging behind the United States in terms of investments, which we still are, by the way. And so what are we going to do about it? Well, let's partner with EIB. And Mr. Juncker came with this idea of actually, for the first time, using European budget as a guarantee mechanism, guarantee that would be extended to EIB so that EIB could leverage this amount. But there was a lot of money to actually mobilize. There was more than 25 billion euros of guarantees, and we had an investment plan over the 80 billion that had to be mobilized on top of what we did in EIB. So we said, okay, how do we best mobilize this money? And our first idea was actually, let's invest into straight equity. That is actually what Europe needs, and still does. And we went to our board of directors, and the board of directors at the time said, no, you're not going to do that. A bank does not do straight direct equity. We have the European Investment Fund that does indirect equity, and that's fine like this. So we came back to the drawing board, and there we were, venture debt. We actually thought we need to take equity type risk without doing equity. How is it best done? We had a little look across the pond to our American colleagues, and we said, there it is. There is a market gap there. Nobody actually really does this on a significant scale. So we engineered the venture debt product to take equity type risk without actually investing into equity. And that's the story. And when you see how far we have become today, it's really quite remarkable, I find, that this development has panned out the way it has. So let me set the scene on this. With what we Europeans tend to like a lot, a bit of, we're not good enough. And I'm sorry about this, but actually that's what the figures are saying. Have a look at these graphs. On the left side, the gross domestic spending on R&D, and you have three lines. The gray line, which is the United States, with an acceleration around 2000, after the financial crisis, actually. The blue line, dark blue, which is us, and remarkably, the light blue line, which is China. And for a long number of years, we have said, well, you know, the developing world, China, it's okay. They have a smaller GDP. This is share of GDP, right? Except that in the meantime, their GDP has actually grown to above ours. So when they spend a higher percentage than we do, it actually means a lot of money spent in addition to us. You also see there in the middle the US non-farm output per hours, which is actually a measure of GDP and of productivity between the US and Europe. We have actually a productivity problem, and innovation is part of the issue why we're not growing as fast as the US. And on the right side, the evolution of the growth rate, the real GDP actually, with 100 basis in 1975. Globally, US in red, Japan in green, and EU in blue. So, Houston, we have an issue. We have a problem. We have a problem of growth, and I think we all agree that actually innovation is part of it. And innovation indeed requires risk finance. Gelsomina has talked about it, the minister has talked about it, so I'll be very brief about this, but there is actually not enough innovation. And if you want to be convinced about that, there are a few ways to look at it in a few segments. Here on the right side of the slide, please neglect the text on the left. Look at the right side of the slide and look, let's start with the graph on the right side. This is the new value creation per capita from growth companies, so defined not as early stage companies, but growth companies between 2000 and 2023. 44 billion US dollars in the US and 3.3 billion euros in Europe. So there is a gap of 13.5 times. Look now at the slide to the left. This is the cumulated growth financing per capita. So how much finance went to the same growth companies between the US that collected 4.3 billion euros over pretty much the same period of time, and Europe 570. So there is a 7.5 times gap, which is quite astounding given the fact that we have as much ambition on the growth path than in the venture capital area, which for itself has actually done slightly better than this. In fact, the real insight comes if you compare the two graphs together. In fact, the gap is much higher in value creation than in financing. So what does it mean? It means actually that not only do we have not enough growth finance, but it's less productive. Because with the same amount of growth financing, not only is it smaller, but it also yields less value down the line for the companies. So this is really a European problem that we need to tackle. Now, this is these are graphs on the right side of the slide again that show you the particular issue we're facing currently. So venture capital, and it has been alluded to by Gelsomina in her introduction, venture capital has actually caught up with the US. The gap used to be 10 times. Now we're probably at 4 times lower compared to the size of our economy. So we have had a catch-up. This is not the scale for the scale-up. And you see actually here on the right side of the slide, the cumulative capital raised by scale-ups over the company lifetime. Look at this. San Francisco, if you're based in San Francisco, you raise on average 2 times more for each company than if you are in the EU. And for that matter, EU or the UK doesn't matter too much. And on the right side at the bottom, this is, in terms of venture capital investments, the evolution of the US versus EU over the last years. So what has the answer of the European Union be? Well, that is part of the answer, and this is our contribution to the answer. By no means a universal contribution, nor a contribution which is meant to replace a well-functioning market. We're there to actually try to catalyze things, and it's good to see so many of you here today, because actually what we want is to imprint a movement. We don't want to replace the private sector market. On the left side of the slide, the European Investment Fund, as you probably know, it is a fund of fund, and we invest in venture capital, private equity, and more now into larger scale funds. We have recently set up a so-called European Tech Champion initiative to try to boost the number of funds in Europe that reach the size of 1 billion euros under management. It's really important, because what you see times and times again is that good European companies manage to raise the early stage finance that they need, rounds A and B, and when it comes to having a need for several hundreds of millions, are systematically being financed by foreign investors, either American and more Chinese. So we need large pocket, deep pocket investors in Europe, including indeed investment funds. Then in the middle of the slide, the string of instruments developed by the European Investment Bank. And if you start on the right side, there is financial advisory. I will say a word about this in a minute. There is venture debt and thematic finance, probably well known from all of you, already evoked today. And there is, as evoked by Gelsomina in her introduction, Now, an attempt by our side to grow more towards debt applied to scale-ups, meaning companies post Series B, potentially even C, to help them actually grow faster. And on the right side of the slide, the newcomer on the block, the so-called European Innovation Council, launched by DG RTD at the European Commission, that actually invests in direct equity and grants for early-stage companies and startups with ticket sizes below 15 million euros. You have also here on the bottom of the slide the indication of the ticket sizes for individual investments. So this has been actually our response to the context I have just evoked before. So one word on some of these elements of the response. First, on advisory services, this is actually also powered by thanks to our close collaboration with the European Commission that has reserved a fairly generous budget about it. That means that most of it comes actually at no cost for the beneficiaries of advisory services, thanks to the European Commission. As you can see, we are positioned on the whole venture debt or innovation life cycle, and that goes from market mapping all the way down to post-signing valuation and creation and monitoring. The colleagues are in the room. Please talk to them. It is sometimes nice to have a fresh eye on things, or potentially to even prepare your companies to apply to European Innovation Council or other mechanisms, or simply to refine the business plan with a view of making it more marketable for professional investors. The EIC fund, so the European Innovation Council, that was launched a few years ago, is actually positioned quite uniquely as a direct investor for very early stage companies. Has the possibility to either go through grants or through direct investments. We actually advise, the European Investment Bank, we advise the European Innovation Council, we perform for them valuation, and we structure the investments that are then executed by the so-called EIC. The particularity of it is that it is not a lead investor, it does not set the valuation, it always invests alongside others, which is actually a very complementary mechanism to private sector financing. You have here on the right slide a number of examples. IQM is an interesting one. It is actually a quantum computing company. Jan Goetz and his crew, they actually benefited from an EIC fund and then benefited from venture debt afterwards. So there is also complementarity between the two instruments. This is where venture debt is positioned. You will hear a lot more about this during the day. So Series A and B typically, and potentially accompanying the companies up to Series C. I will not dwell for too long on this, given time elapsing. I will actually stop for just a second on this slide, which is rather interesting, which shows that the venture debt market has actually developed quite a bit over the past years. This is here is an estimated percentage of the venture capital market at large. By comparison, and interestingly, in the US, we are around 15 to 20%. And what you can see is that we are roughly at around the same levels in the European Union at the moment. 2022 is probably an outlier. I wouldn't probably think that this is the precursor of a real trend. 22 has not been a very good vintage in terms of investments to depressed valuations. We know that. So I think, there is more steadiness in debt investment, and we know that. So debt has continued to be invested, whereas actually equity investors were more careful, which explains this spike in percentage. We are not, of course, the only ones on that market segment, and on the bottom of the slide you see a number of names of companies that also perform the same type of investments. Some of them indeed are present today, Claret Capital Partners and others, and we shall definitely meet and use this opportunity to see how to bring the venture debt market further. One word on our current area of focus around venture debt. 3 areas, actually: deep tech, clean tech, and life sciences. And these choices are not by mistake. Life sciences in particular is
I would probably think the area in Europe where, compared to the States and China, we still have a lead in terms of technology and in terms of technological skills and the capacity to innovate. Clean tech is the area, by a sense, where we need to invest for the green transition, which is indeed accelerating at the moment. And deep tech is the area where we would be well inspired actually to accelerate very strongly if we don't want our quantum computing, our AI to go the same way Internet and IT has gone, which is largely west and south and east of here. One word on this, the operational capacity. Please don't read all the fine print of it, but just to tell you that we have indeed a very dedicated team. We have around 150 professionals inside of EIB on position on the whole value chain, from the front office all the way to support teams serving this market segment. And here is my final print for you, which is a print I really like. This is real. And as real as it comes. You have here on one slide the tombstones for lots of companies we have invested in, not all of them, and you find probably some very well known like Northvolt and them. 250 companies in portfolio, around 6 billion euros committed at the moment, and around 35,000 jobs. So we're looking forward to doing more and better. Thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to discussions we'll have later on in the day. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jean-Christophe. I was taking lots of photos and notes that will be very helpful for all the coverage we do on scale-up financing. Now is the moment you've been possibly waiting for. It is time for coffee. So please make your way outside to go and get a drink, and please come back here promptly for 10:30. Thank you very much. Hello, it's me again. Please, could everyone take your seats? I now have the pleasure to invite Mr. Hristo Stoykov, who is the head of the advisory services at the EIB, to the stage to talk to us about empowering tech champions. Hristo, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As you heard, my name is Hristo Stoykov, and I'm really happy to be here with you today. I know personally many of you, because probably you know me from my previous position as the head of the Venture Debt and Equity Financing for the European Investment Bank. I used to head the team when we started the program, and I was also here on the stage on the first Venture Debt event we did. Now it's been probably 7 years ago. So way before COVID. And I'm really happy to see how much it grew and the community we have built around this product and around innovation finance in Europe. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is actually something different. I took over the EIB Advisory Services as a director of EIB Advisory Services as of 1st of January last year. And what I realize is that advisory services, albeit being a very active part of what EIB Group can provide to innovators, to startups, to venture capital funds, is a bit less known. Nevertheless, advisory services is a quintessential part of the bank being a promotional institution, and that includes the fund. So the people that I represent today here on the stage actually provide 100% of the advisory services of the European Investment Fund, and we have colleagues from the European Investment Fund here with us today, as well as the European Investment Bank. And many of you have benefited of these services. What I will do today is I'm going to walk you through some findings that advisory has discovered in our quest to develop the market for venture capital and innovation finance in Europe. And then I'm going to show you some of the gaps and the way you can look at this market from different points of view. After the presentation, we will have a panel that will discuss some of these findings and what we can do together as a community going forward. The speech today is mostly about interconnectedness. The fact that once we start working together in a union, we might become much stronger and we can overcome the different challenges. So I'm not going to bore you with a political speech. I hope it becomes a bit more practical. And therefore, the first practical point of the day today is the barcode behind me. So if you can scan it now, there is a Slido questionnaire that I want you to look at. There are like 3 or 4 questions, very simple. And think about what I'm saying here when I present the different things that advisory can do for you. And then you'll be asked, like, is this something that you're interested? Is there anything else we can do for you? At the very end of the presentation, we will see how the room has reacted to what I'm presenting and what is needed. It's not a comprehensive study, but it's nevertheless a way to create a dialogue without really disrupting too much the speech. So, okay. Let me get to the presentation. So again, it is a presentation about market gaps in Europe with a bit of product positioning, and you have to see if you can spot it. So first of all, what is advisory and why the EIB has advisory? It is a question I usually get, and it's a very difficult question to face if you're representing a service that is now 400 people and accounting for more than 1,000 advisory assignments per year. It is essential for the bank to translate policy objective into a market reality. We are not an institution that provides grants. We are not an institution that is there to basically distort the market. We are there to translate the policy objectives into market reality, which means that we have a very close link to the policymakers in Brussels and Strasbourg, but we also maintain a very strong link with people like you today in the room, people that are on the front line of innovation and investment. So whatever we can propose in terms of funding instruments is actually implementable. I'm not sure if this thing is blinking behind me, because this one is. So if it blinks, sorry, it's not me. All right. Now, in terms of product, what advisory services can do is 3 things more broadly. Provide financial advice, and some of the companies here have benefited from it. And again, as you heard from Jean-Christophe, it's usually free of charge for you, the customers, like the people who are applying for financing, the people who are fighting with your lives, with your savings, with your basically time and labor to bring an idea into fruition. So what we can do is help you get there faster and better. And that's the financial advice. We can review your business case, we can build a financial model, we can advise you on where and how to get different forms of financing across Europe. We can also provide technical advice. So this could sometimes be linked to the way you design a certain project, the way you want to implement your investment. We have more than a few hundred engineers in the EIB, and we see investments all across Europe, from gigafactories to drones and blue economy, anything that you can imagine, like social housing in the middle. We have a lot of technical knowledge about what is viable and what is not. Are your assumptions up to date? Are your assumptions realistic about the cost, about the speed of your development, about even the capability of the technology you want to invest? And we can provide you with advice on that. True, most of the advice here goes to public sector usually, but also a lot of private customers use it. And the third one is capacity building. So capacity building is a very interesting element of our offer. And we usually do that for larger organizations, member states, local governments, where we help them to understand better your needs as investors and your needs as entrepreneurs, and how they can put, for example, public money into better use. And I'll give you examples later on. a very important thing, and I really urge you to go to our website and see all the studies we've done, because the way a lot of these programs, including the venture debt, has started is with a market mapping. So we look at the gaps in different markets in Europe, and we usually run like multi-month, like even multi-year studies, and we try to define what are the driving factors behind them, we try to quantify them, and we try to find how we should approach them. When we started the venture debt, we did a big study in Europe about scale-up funding, and that was done with the help of Deloitte at the time, and we used the study we created in order to launch the venture debt product. We updated this study when the time came to launch the EIC fund, and we've been doing the same thing for many, many different industries and sectors. And I will focus a bit later on the quantum one, which is one of the most recent ones. But as you can see, it ranges from agri-food to nature-based solutions, and you have also financial instruments, SME financings, and what have you. So I urge you, go there, see it, because it's a first step to see how the bank and the Commission are thinking about certain markets. And it's also a way for you to get more actively engaged with us, because a lot of these studies are done with active participation of people like you. And today I'm going to have a little plea for you, like a bit later on one of the studies we're currently doing. As I said, I'm not going to spend much time here. Our main customers are three types, and our advisory services is structured according to client types. So you have a team that deals with public sector advisory, a team that deals with private sector advisory, and the head of the team, Juan Magana, is here today with us. So you can talk to him or the people from that team, because I think they're the most relevant for you as entrepreneurs and investors. And then financial intermediaries. So that includes EIF and all the private funds. Each team is around 30 people. So on the front office side, we have around 100 people engaged in advisory services that are backed by additional engineers for a total of 400 people. A bit of propaganda here, like, people like colorful things, and Jean-Christophe had the same, so we kind of go together. A lot of people use us. I mean, that's the whole message you can see here. Again, like part of the propaganda, and I said there is a hidden, product positioning here. So just to impress you with these things, like 1,000 advisory assignments done per year, 109 EIB operations were supported with advisory work for a total of a large amount of money. Now, correlation, causation, we can discuss here, but the point is this, like people, when they know about advisory services, they reach out to us and they use it. So I urge you, think about the same. Now, let's get a bit more technical here. Venture debt and advisory, how we can support companies like you, and some of you have already used advisory services. Studies and reports, I mentioned, you being part of the narrative of what is needed in a certain market is a very important step for us. We usually start with a picture. So we try to draw the lines around a certain market. We try to see where we miss certain bits and pieces, and then we create a movie out of it. So the movie is basically what we call finance labs. So we're going to go a bit later on, but what I'm saying here is it's not a static process. It's not one-off. Once you get engaged with us on a certain discussion about strategic technologies like quantum, space, chips, it's an ongoing process, and we have created the necessary environment for you to input your views on the policy making and the financial instruments. Project advisory is what we can do specifically for your company directly. So you can actually come to us and tell us, look, I need this and this advice. I need to pitch for more funding from my national promotion institution. Or is there anything else like I can use in Europe in order for me to benefit from either grants or equity? We can help you with that. It's not easy to be a founder trying to pay the salaries, to bootstrap your business, to run your business, to innovate, to find the right people, to find the right investors, and at the same time, find your way through the maze of Brussels. It's not easy. Even I still get confused with who is doing what and what's available and what's not. The third one is the market development. And as I said, this is an ongoing process. We all hear about market gaps, right? It's easy. Like you give me a market, I'll find you a gap. And the gap is necessary. The whole point is not to eliminate the gap. The gap is basically the protective organism of the whole economy. If companies don't die in these gaps, there is no need for venture capital funds. I mean, then we would just have a website where everybody signs up and gets money. Boom, that's it. So we need the gaps. The gaps have to stay. But the problem is that where we have structural gaps between us and the Americans or us and the Asian market, that's why we always compare ourselves to them. In absolute value, we will not eradicate the gaps. Like, I think we should be clear. So when you read a study that says there is like a 60 billion gap, what we are saying there is that that is not the point. Like we, with our 1 billion per year, we're not there to eradicate the gap. We are there to help basically bridge the difference between us and the more developed markets in that respect, which is the Americans, and basically deal with the structural deficiencies we have in Europe in terms of venture capital financing. Because it's not only about money, and you'll see that. Now, quantum technologies, I mentioned that I'm going to go through this. We just published our study end of October last year. It's been a long study, and I urge you to read it. It's a very interesting one. It maps all the companies in Europe, the investors, the challenges they face. And you know what? Like, there's some interesting information you can see there. 2 of the last 3 Nobel Prize recipients in 2022 about quantum were actually from Europe. One is from France, the other is from Austria. And then you can see that in terms of startups, Europe accounts for 25% of all the quantum startups in the world. So that's not nothing. Like, we have actually a very good representation in the whole value chain, from the technology to the software and what have you. The problem, though, is that when you look at the funding, we do attract probably less than 2, 3, maybe 4% of the funding in quantum in absolute terms in the world. So there you go. You have a structural deficiency there. So our study has identified it. There are many causes for it. Europe, for example, has raised around 170 million last year, I think, for venture capital companies in, dealing with quantum. I mean, that compares to 1.7 billion of private funding in the US. And to be honest, like, even the funding that was raised in Europe, a big portion of it, probably a third, came from public funding, while the percentage of that funding in the States is only 3%. All these figures are in the study, so I'm not here, like, you know, to recite figures to you. But what I'm saying is, if you're interested in this sector and many others, read these studies. They're usually up to date, and that's where the journey starts. Then the next point is market development, the second point. What we have created is a finance lab for quantum. And what we do there is we use the network that we create during the study. So we interview a lot of people. We interview like probably 50, 60 companies and investors, policymakers, and we invite them all to join us in a closed environment, in a room, where basically we can share our findings throughout the year. It's not a one-off event where you can meet and have a little chat around the coffee and listen to a boring presentation. No. It is a place where everybody can contribute with their own studies, with their own views, and it's an ongoing thing. It's a concept we started recently, and we use it now for space finance, for chips and semiconductors, for quantum. And we're going to use it for other industries too. So that is the way how we bring this now into the virtual realm, and technically how it looks is basically it's a protected LinkedIn group, right? We wanted to make it as easy as for you as possible. So once it's by invitation only. Once you become part of these studies, you get invited to this group, and then you get access to all the other companies, all the other investors, the policymakers in Brussels, our technical engineers, our front office staff that are engaged in this. I think it's a very valuable community. And again, as I said, today, my speech is about interconnectedness and how that will help us solve our issues. And I really urge you to become part of it. An example you heard from Jean-Christophe, I'm not going to spend much time, IQM, quantum computing, Finland. We actually did venture debt and EIC investment in the company. They've been quite active. I visited actually the chandelier there. I saw it. It's nice. It makes noise. And then I saw, like, on a computer, like, there was a little blip that was blipping, and they said, like, that's how we measure basically the entanglement, and, like, you know, we try to correct it. It's a foreign language for me. I'm not going to pretend. And that's a problem for many of the investors, right, in Europe. If you're a fund manager, like, you really need specialized knowledge for use. Because honestly, I could have been there in their facility, and they can build out of copper like this chandelier and make a noise, and then show me on the screen a thing that blips, and I'll be happy bunny. I'll say, okay, you're great. So you have to know what they're talking about, and we have to get the right people, the right amount of money in order to support these companies. And again, interconnectedness comes into play into this. Now, you probably seen some numbers coming up on the screen. Our colleagues from the economics department have regularly probed the market. So we have these large questionnaires that we send around Europe to SMEs and mid-caps. And we ask them about their access of funding and what have you. And we do get some results that are unique in that case. And the study in that the findings of the study that are published on this slide will come out, I think, in a month or two. I think it will be somewhere in the summer. But basically, what we say here is this: there are 1.5 times, I think, more startups that are successful in raising funding in the States. But then there are 5 times more of these companies being successful when it comes to the scale-up ecosystem. What that tells you is basically, we do launch an equal amount of startups in Europe. A bit more of these startups are more successful and quicker to raise money in the States. But then as the time passes, they become even more successful in raising scale-up funding from investors. Now, Jean-Christophe showed the same slide here, so I'm not going to spend much time. It's clear. The American market is bigger. We're trying to catch up. EIF is launching a product that is aiming to build up massive funds in Europe, at least a dozen of them, to be above €1 billion, able to write the large tickets that our scale-ups need. But compare that to 140 funds, and of course the size of the market matters. So I'm not going to spend much time on this. Now, public funding. That's an interesting angle here. As I said, public funding is a big thing in Europe, right? We have a very unique way of building our ecosystems. And again, public funding comes into play when we need to solve certain market deficiencies. If you look at the European map, and we have a bit slide later on, you will see that on the right-hand side of Vienna, actually a lot of the venture capital comes from public funding, even though it's probably deployed by private managers. And EIF has done a very good job creating a lot of these fund managers in Eastern Europe with programs like Jeremy. Still, 2/3 of the funding there is from public funding. In the US, it's much less. And we asked ourselves, okay, but when does this stop? When it gets to 80%, 90%, we cannot keep on pushing public funding into this and hope that it will resolve itself. So we are looking at it now differently. We launched a study, and I'll talk about it a bit later, about public procurement as a way to de-risk companies and create demand for the products in a way that, for example, the Ministry of Defense in the States are actually de-risking a lot of their products. I mean, SpaceX was launched like that. Massive subsidies hidden in contracts. And then we try to compete with Ariane 6 rockets. I mean, it's impossible. It's impossible. So procurement on a state level is another way to channel public money into private companies. Yeah. In this case, I think what we need to think about here really strongly, and there will be a question for the panelists on this, is exits, right? So capital market union, talked about a lot, doesn't exist. A lot of exits happen in the States. A few now are being also done in Asia, or Asian companies coming actually to buy European companies. And the question is this: where do we want to be as Europeans in this ecosystem? Do we want to be the hub that starts basically the ideas, the hub that has good universities, good knowledge, but it fails to basically monetize this? Are we okay if we allow a European company to exit on New York Stock Exchange and get 10 times more for its value than if they exited in Amsterdam? It's not a black and white question, right? Because if they exit in the States, 10 times of the money will come back to our European fund managers, which that money can be reinvested. So are we creating there a perpetual machine like that? Or we want to keep strategic technologies in Europe, And we know that as fund managers, as founders, we're going to get less for the money and the time we invested. And this is not an easy question to answer. So I'll be interested to hear what the panelists have to say about that. Timing is key. Americans are not only bigger, but they're faster. Europe is an overbanked market. You all probably hold a lot of your savings in saving accounts and current accounts in your banks. In America, much more of this private money finds its way to funds, and funds are much more agile and quicker in terms of assessing deals and absorbing risk. And that you can see it. Well, for Europe, 3 to 6 months, I think we have something to play in this. Like if we're one of the biggest venture debt providers, probably half of this slowdown is because of EIB. You've all been through the process with us. It's pain, I know, but it's part of the deal. So we have a lot of stakeholders to account for, and we are not fast. We are not fast for sure. That's why we always want to support also private investors to develop this market forward. Europe. It's not Europe. It's not even countries. It's actually cities in terms of venture capital. So if you look at where the money is raised and when the money is invested, it's actually in a few cities we're talking about, because ecosystems and interconnectedness, as I said, matter. Right? And as you can see, right-hand side of Vienna, it's a desert, still, relatively speaking. It's growing, it's very fast. It starts from a very low rate and it goes very fast, fine. But cities matter. Paris, Stockholm, Milan, Munich, these are places, Zurich, where you have the ecosystem of founders, that are serial founders, serial entrepreneurs, investors, and artificial setups for example, Sophia Antipolis in France, where you have a separation between the startups and the funding being in Paris. I don't think it's a good model for us. So this dirigist type of development of the VC market doesn't work. So when we think about VC, I urge you also to think about cities, not even Europe as a market, and not even countries, to be honest. Okay, there were questions that were sent to startups. Answers basically that you see on the screen show what they see as one of the key factors for them being successful in terms of fundraising. Having great entrepreneurs, fake it till you make it, great speakers, people who know how to pitch, how to approach investors, how to find the right people to motivate teams, they are the ones that are more successful in raising funding. Serial entrepreneurs, having an ecosystem of serial entrepreneurs is also very key. So if you have interconnectedness globally, in fact, if you're an interconnected company in Europe, you already have 1.5 times better chances of raising money, which means that if you're a CEO or the founder is very active, comes to conferences like this, being a part of this type of finance labs that I mentioned, European interconnectedness accounts for 1.5 times more success in terms of fundraising. International interconnectedness adds to that. So 4% of the companies say the fact that they could also reach out to international either investors or customers did help them. And then advice. EIC, for example, now is starting to experiment with some idea of bringing people with experience, basically executives in residence to help founders guide them through the process, because it's usually very similar the way it goes. So having access to know-how and how to deal with different problems, it's important. This one is a very interesting slide. It's a bit busier than others because we try to cramp a big problem into a very small slide. And it's diversity in our VC ecosystem. It doesn't exist too much. I mean, it's getting there. And with EIF, we are trying to really promote, for example, inclusion in women in the GPs, being managing partners in the GPs. And we've done studies to back this. And the study basically, you can also find it on our website. You can read it. It's all there, available to you. It says that having diversity on your fund management level is not only the right thing to do. It's actually the smart thing to do, because the diversity on the management of the fund level explains much better returns in terms of IRR for the founders and for the investors of these funds. And that also contributes to promoting diversity on the level of the investee companies. So we have launched a €2 million program with EIF to promote diversity, and I think Roger will be later on the stage to tell you about it. And we are really, really trying to do everything we can on the advisory side to support our front office lines in order to build a much more diverse ecosystem in Europe. And again, it's not only the smart thing, it's the right thing to do. Now, very quickly, because I'm kind of running out of time, but there are only a few slides left. It's important to have an integrated ecosystem, so the capital markets union, the diversified funding sources, but to reduce also the information asymmetry. Europe is a nightmare to deal with if you're a startup. Because I don't know if many of you know what the innovation fund is. You know what? It's not the European Innovation Council fund. It's another fund which is 40 billion euros big. There is the European Defense Fund, which can also invest in low TRL type of companies, grants, and dual-use technologies. There is so much to be pushed through the system, but it's very hard for a startup to actually find what is the right approach. Because once you go down this rabbit hole, it's a lot of documents, it's a lot of time spent, so you have to know where to put your eggs, in which basket. And that is something that advisory is trying to help and reduce information asymmetry. As I said, Jean-Christophe covered this, so I'm not going to spend time. The EIC fund is a great, great story of collaboration between DG RTD and the Commission in general with the bank's know-how in terms of delivering the operations on the financial advisory side, merging them with private investors with tons of experience, and also creating a co-investment ecosystem that is thriving now. And it's one of the most successful cases we have so far. EIF, I mentioned, Roger will be here on the stage later to talk about the European Tech Champions initiative. We want to build our big fund managers in Europe who are able to write big tickets, and that's something we do. Venture debt is picking off, and I always said it, since the beginning we started, the point is not to become the biggest EIB, right? We are, in the end of the day, public servants. We don't get bonuses, we don't have carry, we don't have anything else, but our desire to help innovators like you, our desire to become part of your story, our desire to support the next mRNA technology, or the next drone technology, or the next artificial intelligence or quantum company. This is what drives the people around. But our idea is not to become the lead investor. And if one day there are more private funds and banks willing to engage on similar terms to us with you, we'll be happy to move to the next part of the ecosystem where you see the market gap. Diversified funding. I mentioned already this. You all will receive an email that will ask you to participate to our study on this. It's innovation procurement. Many member states in Europe are not aware that they can deviate from their procurement rules and buy services and products from startups with unproven technologies if they use this loophole in the regulation. Nordic states use it, so Finland, Norway, Denmark, they're very active in this. Eastern Europe, zero, and France and the others are kind of in between. But what we want to do here is to identify this product, help the member state with capacity building, and use it in order to procure software security services, artificial intelligence services from startups without proven track record, without proven balance sheet. We also want to launch a way to reduce the information asymmetry. And we will discuss this with my panelists on the stage here later on, how advisory can still be better in reducing this information asymmetry on the market, how we can help you navigate through it. And that could be done through target training, online courses, tailored national markets, and addressing business needs. This is what we are doing now for the EIC fund. We start with 5 countries, Spain, Italy, Croatia, Bulgaria, and Poland, where the member states actually approached us and they said, look, we have many startup companies that apply for grants. They're very successful in grant funding, historically. But somehow, relatively speaking, for example, Italian startups are not successful in raising equity and going through the accelerator of the EIC. What's the problem? So we did a study actually in Italy. We found the core causes of this problem. And now we are setting up a program with the Italian ministries to help these companies be more successful when they apply. It could be the quality of their pitch desk, it could be the quality of their cap tables. Maybe they give up too much equity on the early stage. Maybe they give up too much equity at basically technology transfer stage. There are structural problems that we can fix through advisory, and that is something that we're currently doing. So 1 minute over time, I apologize for that. And now we're going to move to the Q&A and the results of the study. So there was a question, where do you invest most of your resources for the growth in your company? Well, talent. The next one is process, the third one is funding, and the fourth one is connections. It's actually, well, fair enough. I said that my speech would be about interconnectivity. I put it the other way around. But I do understand it's extremely hard to find the right people. Skills is not so easy. One of the first recipients of venture debt was Angry Birds. And we went with UC to Angry Birds, and it's in Finland next to Nokia. And the guy said, oh, we're a startup and we have 70 nationalities and God knows how many software engineers. And they were boasting about it as if these people grabbed their bags from wherever they were, from India, from Asia or whatever, and moved there just because of Angry Birds. No, that's not it. It's Nokia who was actually the key hub around which all this talent was built. And again, we go back to the story about hubs and cities. Where Nokia fell apart, a lot of these people just moved across the street and joined companies like the Angry Birds. So again, talent is hard to find, but it's easier to find it when you're close to an ecosystem. So I kind of flip it around. You see what I did? So interconnectivity, still works. Okay, maybe the next one. And again, this is live, so I'm improvising here. You can take pictures, or if you want afterwards, we can send you the results. This is what all of you think. Huh? So, okay, a bit of promotion. What can we do more? Well, yeah, finance strategy, we can help you. Again, it comes back to the information asymmetry. There is money around. There are structural funds. They're on a local level. If you're developing an innovation in agribusiness, there are actually a lot of now structural funds going into agri, and we're trying to merge them with financial instruments. There is a lot to be done. So we'll be happy to help you and to see how we can do that in a more efficient way, maybe through a portal or what have you, one-stop shop. I think we had one more question or two more questions. Can we see the others? Okay. Okay, so regulatory and new financial instruments, I think it's the right answer. Right. So capital market union, as I said, we talk about it a lot. Not much is done. We've done warrants in Greece. Guess what? They don't exist. We had to do them basically synthetically because as a concept, it doesn't exist. Then you move to Bulgaria, you get taxed probably when you get stock options at the time when you get them, not when you exercise them. So many companies incorporate in UK. You go to Sweden and you declare bankruptcy. Well, you are in for a treat. That's a roller coaster. Not unlike the one in Italy where you go to the court and you're going to be sitting there for a while. So, if you're a startup, you're going to have a time of your life, trying to navigate through regulation in Europe. And it's the same with funding. Okay, last question. Was that the last question? I thought we had 4. Okay, sorry, we ran out of time. Are there any questions, or do we have time for questions, in fact? I don't know, who should I ask? No, we don't have. That's enough. Drop the mic. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your attention. I hope that was useful. And,
Thank you, Hristo. I thought that was quite funny. I think you have a career in stand-up comedy if things don't work out at the EIB. I now kindly ask Vice President Kyriacos Kakouris to join us on stage because we'll be shortly announcing the winners of the Advisory Awards.
Good morning to all. a very warm welcome on my behalf. We just concluded a very insightful masterclass by Hristo with an overview on the issues that SMEs face to scale up to, preliminary results from ongoing study on this issue, and some of the actions already identified. As you heard, the financing gap is still very large, and companies find it difficult to navigate through the instruments available, eligibilities, and applications across the EU. For these reasons, the EIB Group will build up a one-stop platform where all startups can go and get relevant references for them when they seek funding. We will discuss this topic during the next session with a panel of experts from the main financing sources of the EU. But before that, I would like to continue today's event with just a few words on EIB Advisory Services, and I hope cannot be repeated what Hristo just said. The role of our advisory teams is to complement the offering of our lending teams. We perform finance, market, and gap assessments, as well as different targeted reports like the one on scale-up referred previously by Hristo. We are also active in ecosystem development, which as a result leads to creation of concrete backup of projects and investments. Examples of these are the different finance labs that we organize for several deep tech sectors. One of our main areas of activity is helping companies prepare the EIB due diligence and the whole EIB project cycle. We have here today several companies that we financed at the EIB. In fact, some of these companies benefited from our advisory services to prepare them to access financing. It is now with great pleasure that we would like to inform you that after careful consideration of over 300 advisory projects assessed, we have selected L-Drive and PAC Benefit as winners for this year's EIB Advisory Award. These companies have successfully received both financial advisory and venture debt financing from the EIB in the recent past, and we would like to recognize their efforts and merit on the basis of the high value of their projects, effective use of the advisory support, and bright future prospects. Please join me in congratulating these two great examples of EU innovation, full potential, and collaboration. They mark the path to follow.
Thank you. Okay, so let's meet our winners. Can Stefan Spasov, who's the CEO of L-Drive, come up to receive his award? L-Drive is a Bulgarian leading electric vehicle charging station operator, focused mainly on fast and super fast charging, with the largest network of electric vehicle charging stations in the country. Should I stand here? Okay. Do you want to go? Thank you. And next up, we have Mr. Philippe Fevre, who's the CEO of PAC Benefit, which is a Spanish innovative producer of recyclable and compostable food trays from wood-based virgin pulp for end users in catering, food to go, and fresh food. Here he comes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, everyone. Now it's time for our first panel session of the day on scaling up in a globally changing environment. So could Mr. Hauser, Mr. Havenith, and Miss Fabian come up on stage to join our favourite presenter, Hristo, again.
Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Well, I want to welcome our distinguished panelists here with me on the stage, and now I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to just ask you a simple question, and I'm going to leave the floor to you. So the first question, and we jump right into the deep end of the pool, is when you saw all the studies and what we've seen in the European markets today, what do you think will be the role of the public funding and basically the state or the EC level in order to reduce the market gaps that are the structural market gaps that we discussed earlier? And I think let's go like this. So Zoe, please.
Sure, very happy to start, and thank you so much for having me and frankly also shining the light on many important topics that have driven me to set up Nodius as a pan-European growth investment firm. What are the topics that you can help on, that the EIB and the EIF really can have a lot of impact on? I think if we take a step back, and we don't talk about it enough, at least in Germany, where I'm from, but I think also across Europe, is that we have a lot of very good things in Europe. You spoke about the talent. You also showed the numbers in terms of early stage funding, which is actually on par in terms of absolute amounts with the US and with Asia, but it's actually been growing much faster than other regions. So there's a strong funnel of promising startups as well. Now we have challenges, and these are mainly on the financing side. And this is, I think, where we just have to acknowledge that the fact that we don't have a powerful system in terms of pension reinvestments, insurance reinvestments into the innovation space, might it be on the venture side or on the growth side, is a huge disadvantage in how we fund early stage companies, growth stage companies, and also help to keep them funded throughout their journey. And I think this is really where you're being very impactful from my perspective and are helping to fill a market gap. And I'm equally looking forward to it being resolved and to other players stepping in. And I think this is precisely what needs to happen, and really a misconception that maybe the US sometimes has towards Europe. It's not about only state support. It's about coming in, changing the game, and really leveling up us to the global level and then moving on, as you said. And I think that's really the highest impact that I see, where there's a lot of things going on. Now the private side, and this is my job. This is for me to convince my private LPs and my founders needs to also do the work and work hand in hand.
In your experience, do you think you get adequate access to policymakers or the regulators on your local market, for example? So, are your views being taken on readily by, for example, the German regulator? Or, I don't know where your fund is registered. Is it Luxembourg?
BaFin. So we'll be regulated in France, but this is a different topic. It also makes business sense, and it actually was the faster route for us to become regulated, which we are not yet, so we're waiting for this. But that aside, I think the topics are very clear. On a separate note, but with a very similar ambition, also on the board of the European Startup Association. And there we speak a lot to policymakers and to regulators. And I think the topics that we find are important, notably about Capital Markets Union, which is one that's very close to my heart, are very clear. It's about execution, and it's about execution together, not as individual countries. So really taking that fragmentation, which is beyond capital, the biggest structural challenge that we have in Europe that we can only proactively address because it's in our hands, right? But this fragmentation is the biggest topic that we have to solve for. And I think this we have, especially in Germany, at the political level right now, but that's, again, a separate topic, but we also have it across Europe. And I think that's so important that the main countries really work together. And this is obviously where a European approach, as you mentioned, is extremely important.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to Herman, who is, I think, can wear two hats today. So he's one of the most famous venture capital investors in Europe with, Amadeus Capital Partners and ARM Holdings. So you know the story. But now he's also sitting on the board of the EIC fund and was instrumental in making it the success it is today. So I think as we progress with the panelists, we go from purely private to kind of half private, half public now, and then completely public on the other side. So Herman, like, what is your view on the public intervention in the venture capital system in Europe, and what we still need to see happening?
Well, of course, the American example has shown how important public procurement is. It's not a secret that the origin of Silicon Valley was actually the military procurement of semiconductors. That's where the name Silicon Valley comes from. As a venture capitalist, I would take an order in preference to a grant any time, because an order of a procuring organization, of course, has the huge benefit, apart from the money, of being money that you can that has associated with it a criterion for what the product should look like. So a procurement officer normally specifies exactly what they want, so they get feedback from the procurement office of how well the product is doing, which you don't get on a grant. So procurement played such an essential part of the growth of American tech and putting American technology companies into a lead position. And this is true to a much smaller extent in Europe. However, as you mentioned, we do have early signs of good procurement in quantum. So all major European countries, Germany, I think, is 2.5 billion in quantum, France is 2.3 billion, the UK is 2.5 billion. And it is that early procurement that at the moment has a chance of giving the European quantum computer companies a sort of level playing field with the Americans, if only there was enough venture capital and capital to back them. Now we're trying to do a bit of that through the EIC, of course, but at the moment we can do a maximum of 15 million. And that is, I think, the big challenge going forward. Many of these American companies, like PsiQuantum, for example, have just raised $1 billion Australian dollars to go into Australia. They've raised 700 million before. So doing things at scale is really the number one problem in Europe. We don't have so much of a startup problem, we have a scale-up problem. And that's why I'm so much in favor of $100 billion euro scale-up fund in Europe, because we need to do this at scale. We saw on the previous presentation that we've made progress in venture capital of reducing the ratio of European venture capital to US venture capital from 10-1 to 4-1. But 4-1 is still a spectacular difference with the US. So we need to do this at scale. You know, money isn't everything, but in this case, we do have to up our game and move with bigger amounts of money to solve that problem.
Indeed. And I think this is a very good point to transition to our colleague on your left, who represents probably 2/3 of VC funds in Europe, 60%, I would say. So Roger, what do you think? Like, you're one of the main provider of capital in Eastern Europe, for example, for venture capital funds, and now you have the Tech Champions initiative, where you want to build a dozen of large multi-billion euro funds. Where does what's the end goal? Like, where do you see it going? Like, is it only about money and like pumping still money in the system, or there is more to it?
I think there's much more to it, but of course money is important. Let me echo first what Herman said. We were on a journey for the last 2 decades, I would say, and we started indeed with a completely underdeveloped venture capital market, and we have gone some way. And let me also underline that it's a bit a paradoxon, because we have probably some of the world leaders when it comes to universities and academic research, and we are world class. And then the commercialization is more the issue. Now, indeed, a few years ago, we had the prime market failure. It's still there, but we have gone some way, and in terms of startups, we have a much more vibrant ecosystem, although there are big differences between the countries. So there are different stages of maturity of ecosystems, and there is therefore still a need to keep it going and to develop ecosystems. Now, I fully agree again with the two other colleagues here when they say nowadays the real issue is the next step. We have come some way, and we have startups, we have very good ones, but it's important that they can continue to grow and scale up here in Europe. And it's good in a certain way that they get finance from abroad, FDI, good. But what we see sometimes is that they, at some stage, are being asked to relocate. And then it means that we have taken in Europe here the highest risks, and we have prepared the ground, and then the companies go abroad, and the taxes are being paid there, the jobs are being created there. Now, I'm not in favor of any prohibition or whatever, and this doesn't work, but we need to create viable alternatives here in Europe. We need to have the ambition here to create funds that can make diversified investments in companies as they grow. They can put a ticket of 50, 100 million. And the real issue is, if you look at the facts and figures, is that we have probably 10, 11 nowadays. A few months ago, we had only a handful. And in the States, they have more than 130. And very big funds that can allocate tremendous resources. And it's quite appealing. So I think it's very important, if you talk about our competitiveness, being in the lead, the future industries and so on, that we can create viable alternatives here in Europe. And this is not only a question of money. It means also, and you were referring to it, that we have the right skill set. Certainly important. Women are certainly underrepresented, but in general I think we have an issue here when it comes to skill set. We are, as private-public partners, I'm probably not the most public to the left side, but looking at how we can indeed change this gradually with pilot schemes and so on, working together also with fund managers, because I think it's important that we have STEM-oriented students that go into venture capital, male and female. But it's also about advisory. You made quite some overview of what can be done and should be done, and I think it's absolutely important to have it. So it's a more holistic approach that we need. It's certainly also one of changing mindset. I think we are probably doing what we think is good, but not good enough in terms of communication. And I think the fact that, particularly when it comes to scale up, we have here not blind pools, we have very good companies. I mean, they have a track record, and still the private sector institutional investors are a bit reluctant, shows that we need to do more. We need to create value propositions for these investors. Currently, they are looking, even the European pension funds, more to the US than to Europe. It's a pity, because we have, if you look at the figures, very good IRRs, we have very good returns, very good companies. But I think we need to be better probably in finding out how we can make attractive value propositions also to these investors. Because let's face it, here on the left side, public money is there to coming into market failures. But if you want to do it at scale, and if you want to have the firepower, it can only work if you join forces with the private sector, and the bulk must come from the private sector. So that's how we need to I think, organize in Europe. Yes, we are probably in 60% of the funds, but not with a majority. We take small tickets, and only if we don't crowd out private. So that's, and my hope is that one day we don't need to take even tickets in certain funds, because they can make it. They have the private sector funding.
No, absolutely. And I think on this point, there was information on the slide I kind of omitted. In the US, a fund manager raises a fund every 2 years on average, right? In Europe, it's 4.5 years. So, Zoe, for example, from your point of view, like, what is the main driver of this? You mentioned pension funds, like being allowed to invest, so the regulatory system is one thing. Is it finding the right people to work with you, like to build a team around the investment thesis you want to, or like, you know, to reach out to other investors outside of your native region of the fund? So how do you see that? Like, why is European fund ecosystem also a bit slower in terms of raising successful funds?
I had a kind of a second thought around the statistic. I guess as a capital allocator, I asked myself, what is the right pace of investment? And 2 years seems quite short to be frank. And I think one of the learnings that we've had from the period of time of 2020, 2021 is that a lot of capital was very rapidly invested. So I would always vouch for a disciplined approach of staging investments over time, and probably 2 to 3 years is better than 1 to 2 years, which makes me think about the US fundraising cycle, but that's kind of a separate consideration, right? So I think one point is just to keep in mind that the absolute number of years here doesn't necessarily speak about the quality of the deployment. And especially at growth stages, I think many of our US peers have had very challenging times in the recent past, which is something that I see on the market. I think the big challenge as a European fund manager, and I'm starting out on this journey, which is going to be a marathon, and I decided with my co-founders and my team to enjoy it, is that it's really about unlocking kind of the capital. I think there's a regulatory constraint, but as Roger said, investors are actually investing in other funds and have been doing that for some time. And I've really looked into the regulatory argument, and I think it is much less strong. The reality is also that you need to educate people. You need to educate people about the European ecosystem, and we do that a lot when we speak to investors from abroad. But we also need to do that with investors over here, which is counterintuitive, but it's about creating these moments of success that Roger was also alluding to, which is so important. I think now we have the muscle memory. I do think we have the talent on the investor side, because the ecosystem, speaking mainly about the growth side, has been active now for 10 years. So you know who the people are, who know how companies should look like, and which companies are likely to return multiples of capital that you're underwriting in each strategy. But it's about making people understand that there will be the success, that there will be the exit, and driving that forward and really prioritizing, frankly, liquidity and exits and showing that capability. And then there will be your great question, which I'm really looking forward to, around where to drive exits to and what to prioritize, kind of the financial gain or building up the ecosystem, and I have a very, very strong view on that. But I think this is really the challenge. It's that education, it's a mindset topic, and then I think it's about a topic of momentum, and frankly also of ambitiousness in terms of, and I think you said it correctly, Herman. I think we have to think bigger, because the market has evolved a lot. So it's important to not be afraid of any number that ends with $1 billion, but really to know that we can do it. And so I think it's a lot in our mind, both on the fund manager side, which is very clear for us, and then also on the investor side, on the LP side.
Indeed, and I think this is a very good point that can transition to my next question to Herman. And the question is like this. So we woke up after the COVID era in a policy now that we read about industrial policies. Americans are throwing subsidies in their industries. The Chinese are doing the same. You are saying that in order for us to compete, now it's a fair game if we start throwing big money about strategic technologies like quantum. Because in the end of the day, if we are the only ones that play by the rules but nobody else, we'll be left out. So you were instrumental to set up the agenda of the EIC fund when we started building it, and say this has to be a co-investment vehicle, right? So every time we go with the public money in a private investment, we have to leave the private investors lead. What is your experience then looking from it from that angle? Do we now start looking at investors that are private coming from outside of Europe as adversaries, or are they still welcomed? You see now hundreds of companies that we are looking to co-invest in EIC. Strategically, how do you see it playing out, this 100 billion euros? Are we going to open it to foreigners? Are we going to do it completely in a dirigist type of style, keeping it all European? So what is your view on that?
In a way, this rule that 50% of the money at the EIC has to come from the market is in a way my proudest achievement for the EIC, because this wasn't easy to get through against a Brussels pushback. But that has worked extremely well. As you know, for every euro that we invest at the EIC, we now get 3.8 euros from the market. So this has been a fantastic success. But to Zoe's point, to really make our ecosystem work at scale, you have to have all the components. You don't just have to have good universities, which we do, and many startups, which we tend to do. So on the startup scene, it's not so bad. But we also need to do it at scale up, and you only get the scale ups if you also have a chance of exiting at a reasonable valuation on a European market. And there we're still falling short of the US. One of my companies, ARM, just went public, and it couldn't go public in Europe because there just wasn't enough liquidity. It was in the end, it was an IPO at 50 billion, and there was just not enough money in Europe to fund a $50 billion dollar IPO. It's now the first $100 billion dollar company, tech company in the UK, and the third largest tech company in Europe. And it is champions like ARM, which is of course an international company. It's one of the few companies that we have in Europe that has global relevance, because we provide all the microprocessors in mobile phones, and now shortly also in the data center, and we're likely to win against Intel. Also in the data center. So coming back to the EIC sector choice, it is not just quantum, but also, of course, AI, which is the most dramatic new technology that we have ever invented. And a technology that directly affects productivity is the first technology. I've been through a number of technologies in my life. It's the first technology that addresses productivity directly. And you don't have to have a PhD in economics to realize that if you improve productivity, you make everybody better off. But it is one of those exponential technologies that if you lag behind, say, the US and China, they get the benefit of the productivity increases, which creates an exponential advantage that they have over us. So this obsession that we have with AI regulation and AI ethics, which of course are two important things to address, often is in contrast to the benefits that we can derive from adopting AI fast into our technology. So I think the number one issue of AI that I see for Europe is not falling behind the US and China in actually availing ourselves of the benefits that AI can produce for our economy. And this is sometimes an issue in Europe where we're trying to be Boy Scouts at the time when everybody else is off to the races.
Thank you. And Roger, we've seen now EIF being, creating a bit more dedicated programs, like for example the European Defence Equity Facility. We talked about the tech champions. Do you see that this going forward, also in light of what Herman and Zoe were mentioning, that certain industries are becoming a bit more targeted for us to invest, like you have very good talent in biotech and life science and the likes. Do you see that being a trend or a new business, kind of a little pivot in EIF's approach to the market, like more targeted programs, or you still would favor the more generalist type of fund managers? Maybe it's not a very smart question, you can tell me that.
It's certainly a smart question, and it's a question we are also discussing with the European Commission, because there are some of our fund providers, and there is overall, of course, an embedding in the policy, which becomes a bit more thematic, I must say, with a focus on a number of areas, defense, security being one, but certainly deep tech is another one, and blue oceans and green tech, and you name it. So there are many areas which are very relevant. I think, first of all, if you look, we have an attempt to cover the various stages in the funding. It's not just only thematics. It's important that you have continuum in the funding, because if it's disrupted, say you do EIC and there's no follow-on, then you have sunk cost. And the same is true after the startup. Therefore, it's so important to work on scale up, and probably after that, because nobody talks about that. I think there have been several attempts by the EU already, solvency program, STEP program, to say we need a kind of EU future fund. And I think that's what we probably need. This level of ambition, you were referring to 100 billion or whatever, is to make sure that we reap the benefits of the previous investments and that there is also attractiveness for investors to come in because they know there is an exit market and there is a life after my investment. So that is one. In terms of themes, I believe having read a report from Australian University, which was a bit gloomy, but that we certainly should be also in the leading top 1 or 2 for a number of technologies where currently we are losing a bit the lead. And AI being certainly one of them. I mean, it's clear that we have good players in this field, but they are smaller, and the top AI investments happen to be in America with the A's, the Alphabet, the Amazons, the Apples, the Microsoft, the Nvidias, and so on. So this, I think we probably need to overcome a bit this silo thinking, the fragmentation that we have. Every country wants to have their own little future program. I welcome it, it's better than nothing, but probably we need scale. We need scale to do it together. None of these companies are pure German or French or Luxembourg company. They are, from the beginning, global players. And we need, therefore, to have this type of approach as well. Of course, there should be money flowing back into the various countries who contribute. The only way we can do it is, I think, by joining forces. We can be catalysts, but we need to have, I mean, commonality in the purpose between the public and the private sector. And private sector is not only the funds, it's also the institutional investors. There must be the public sector, but again, regional, national, European sector pulling in the same direction. And then I think it's achievable. It requires, therefore, a kind of flagship, in my view, again, for the next programming period, where we have to reflect how we can ensure the global competitiveness, industrial leadership of Europe in a number of key sectors. And it's not up to the public sector, I think, to pick the winners here, but to work with the private sector to make it happen. But we need to create the framework for it, and we need to make sure that it is appealing throughout the various stages and that we can get the private sector on board. And that's how we see our role. Together with the flanking initiatives that you were referring to, certainly technical assistance, capacity building, skills, procurement, all of this is very, very important. Getting women also into the field, I think, but certainly overcoming this fragmented, small approach where we are competing and where we are doing the same within 400 kilometers, 10 times the same without specialization. I think that would be one of the things we can reflect, how we can create hubs that may not do all the same, but in various places and specialized together with the competence, expertise. And at a European level, we make sure that we have really the best of the best in various sectors, areas, in various countries.
Can I just respond to 2 points that you made, Roger, which were excellent? One is, to get 100 billion is a lot of money, and we might not get there next year. I hopefully we'll get there soon. But the obvious next step is actually STEP, because STEP at least is a step in the right direction, if you pardon my pun. But the other point that I wanted to take you up on is the Googles and the Metas and Amazons of this world. We're very proud of rightly proud of our world-leading universities in Europe. But if you look at AI, the state of the art does no longer come from universities. All the latest breakthroughs in AI are made by the big companies. And we don't have these big companies. So we're at a real disadvantage already at the very beginning of a new technological breakthrough in the case of AI, which is a new situation that we haven't encountered before. The one bright spot here is Mistral, where we have a very interesting case where Arthur Mensch, basically one of the geniuses in AI, was educated by and worked for one of these big American companies. And one of the advantages that you have, of course, in large American companies or in a capitalist society anyway, these guys can spin out. They're not married to the company. They don't have to stay at Meta or Google. And if we give them the money, which in this case we finally have done, we have financed a startup with hundreds of millions of dollars in the case of Mistral. Unfortunately, it's the exception that proves the rule still.
Can I react? Yeah, I think that's a big trend that we're seeing, these spin-outs, as you call it, or actually entrepreneurs who have been trained in one of the big technology firms and other scale-ups. I think that the exact number is 47% of startups across the European Union are now being founded by people who are alumni of some of these companies. So I think that's right. I think on the AI point, I tend to be quite excited about the level of talent that we have in Europe. And I know we spoke about the talent overall quite a bit, but we have more AI talent here than anywhere else in the world. The question is just, what do they focus on? And I think what is so great about Mistral is that they went down the open source path, which is now proving to be one of the very good decisions to have been made. Other companies have gone into different directions, but it creates a success. I think still what Mistral also shows us is that a big part of the cap table is non-European, though. Again, coming back to kind of risk aversion or not, because at the end of the day, if you want to invest in the AI business, you have to be comfortable with very big numbers because they need data centers, right? So they need to invest in the infrastructure as well, which is again, it's a great example. I hope next time we can do better and that there will be more European investors backing these kind of companies early on when you need to invest a lot in capex and do a lot of upfront investments in a technology that will inherently not monetize just because it's open source focused. So it will take more time to monetize. And I think building that muscle memory and building that understanding is super important for the investor community.
And I think this is a very good point. Like a few weeks ago, I was listening to Andreessen Horowitz event where the Deputy Secretary of Defense was there, and she was saying, like Herman mentioned, like before the 70s, like the Department of Defense used to drive a lot of the innovation that we benefit today. Like so, first it was military, then it was commercial, GPS, like microwaves, chips. Now she said that they realized that. 2/3 of the innovation happens on industry level, and they said that this time for the first year, the Department of Defense in the States is splitting their budget, and half of it they want to devote to private investors, like basically what EIF is doing, like so fund of funds and the likes, whereby they will benefit from the larger ecosystem of these companies, like if need comes, like on the defense side. And then she said, now we realize on some technologies, we still have to be the driver, so the moonshots, but on some, we are okay to be the follower. So my question to you is, like, because we talked about quantum AI, what are more or less the technologies that you think, in Europe, you will see the government or European level or national level being the driver of innovation, the moonshots, like we're talking about 10, 20 years of return, and on which we should basically try to support private industry developing the know-how based on market terms.
You're looking at me. I'm not sure I'm well placed because I'm a technology investor, so I tend to invest in asset-light business models, which scale very differently. So it looks like Roger is being prepared to answer this question. Is very excited. I think my fundamental take is just the level of strategic relevance, and I think that's something that we've learned very much over the past couple of years, how important it is to own your own infrastructure, to own your own energy, and to really kind of lean into these topics that oftentimes require a lot of upfront investments and are difficult. Ultimately, and I would be curious what others think about it. I would love for private capital to always see the opportunity because, yes, there will be strategic relevance, but there will also be financial gain because you're addressing a a very real world problem in an innovative way. So ultimately, I would hope that, it will be very attractive down the road. It's more of a question of how much do you want to control your destiny on these topics, which is higher than, let's face it, for, a software company coming out of Europe. It's also very important, and I would vouch for the relevance of our ecosystem any day and night, but it's a different level of strategic relevance that we're talking about here.
Thank you. Herman? Since I've made 7 investments in quantum computing already, I'll tell you a little bit about the structure, the unusual situation that we find ourselves in quantum computing. Clearly, there isn't a market for quantum computing yet because quantum computers don't exist and they don't produce the fabulous performances that we hope will be there in 5 to 10 years. No longer sort of 20 to 30 years. This is a moonshot that has moved closer to reality much faster. So the unusual situation that we have, and it's really the first time I've seen this in a new technology sector, is that there is an artificial market that has appeared before the actual market. And the artificial market is the government market, because all the governments in the world are absolutely terrified that they won't have a quantum computer that can crack all the security codes, which is one of the first things that quantum computers seem to be able to do using Shor's algorithm. It is that fear that if you don't have a sort of technology sovereignty capability in quantum computing, that the Americans and the Chinese will be able to read all our secret codes, and we won't. So, as I mentioned earlier, there's 2 billion in Germany, 2 billion in France, 2 billion in the UK, including procurement. So one of my small startups in Innsbruck, for example, which happens to be, you wouldn't believe that Innsbruck in the Tyrol, in my native Tyrol, has 2 of the world-leading quantum computer groups out of Innsbruck University, and we just got a Nobel Prize with Scheilinger on quantum computing. They managed to participate in a consortium of DLR that issued the largest order of a quantum computer of 280 million euros, at the early stages of the field, to a consortium with NXP Electron and Parity QC, which is an architecture company in Europe. So there is an opportunity for these companies to participate in the procurement, because that's an actual order. It's not a grant. It's not an investment. It's an order. So, and if I, as a VC, can choose between having an investment, a grant, or an order, I'd always go for the order, because it is so much more valuable, not just in terms of the money, but in terms of the education of the company that the company gets, because it's got a customer, and the customer will tell you what they like and what they don't like, and they will specify, the specific things that they know. So I just wanted to make that positive statement about quantum in Europe, although again it still doesn't have the scale of the US.
Roger?
It's a tricky question. I think the EIB is not picking the technologies, but we are indeed very much present in areas that are widely considered to be strategic and necessary for the future of Europe. And this includes certainly quantum computer, AI, but many other areas. Let me take one, space. This is an area where we know SpaceX got procurement contracts, and that allowed them to be very competitive. So it's sometimes indeed intertwined how you can build up a sector. So procurement is certainly important, but we are also in the area of space, but other areas are a bit less on the radar. For instance, blue economy, very important. Everybody talks about the Green Deal. Blue economy is extremely important in terms of food, in terms of CO2 capture and so on, climate. And so there are many of these sectors. My view is, again, we can have as public or private public sector here a signaling effect by showing really we put money into this, and this is, for instance, what we do now in the area of dual use, where we say we recognize an area which is becoming more and more important. We need to be present, and we deliberately invite applications for funds, and this can create a positive cycle. I believe we talked a lot about public sector, about institutional investors. There's a third category we didn't talk about. And that I would like to put on the radar. In the letter report, you can read, for instance, Capital Markets Union important, but maybe we need also a savings investment union. That's very interesting, I think, very clever. Now, it's an area where, venture capital, private equity, where we have indeed well-informed investors of a certain size. And it's very risky, so it's understandable. On the other hand, there are ways of de-risking venture capital. One is certainly that you have very big diversification, but you can have asymmetric risk sharing and so on. We have explored all of those. And I must say in certain countries, they've gone even a step further. I'm thinking of France, for instance, where they have created pilots, but only for French portfolios, where they give exposure even to private individuals. Of course, this is well framed, so there's a certain protection in it, and there may be also tax incentives. But this is another way of getting the VC class out of its current existence into something which is appealing to the man in the street. It requires a lot of thinking because there's liability attached to it, how you distribute, how you protect. But think of the narrative in France where they have said you are investing in the companies that employ your family. And they can raise a lot of money by putting on the market with active portfolio management existing investments, part of existing investments. Can be done in a synthetic way. You keep the relationship with the fund managers. Something we find very, very interesting, I must say. It's a way, not to replace the current investors, it's a way to complement it, to make really good offers also to private investors who may not be happy with the 2% they can get if they get it on the savings account. Of course, it needs to be well framed, but I think we need to bring private equity and venture capital out of its current niche existence where it's the same community investing, and including public, and making it a broader asset class, in my view. This requires really thinking in terms of regulatory framework, in terms of tax, but certainly we have nowadays portfolios that would lend themselves to this type of proactive management and for the benefit, I think, of Europe.
Thank you, Roger. It's becoming a brainstorming session, but I think one thing you're doing today extremely strongly, and you're sending the right signal, is diversity on a fund manager level. And I asked Zoe if it's okay to ask her a private question, but can you share with us your personal journey, your experience of raising funding and being a GP manager basically in this type of environment? Because we see that we are still not where we want to be, and EIF is doing a lot of efforts, but I think for the participants it will be much better if they hear it from someone that went through this experience.
Of course, very happy to, and thank you so much for shining the light on this topic. And from my perspective, diversity obviously goes beyond gender, but this is an obvious one and I can speak to it. Now, so the reality is that obviously my journey with Nodius is quite recent, right? We formed the company only in January, and before that I've spent a decade in technology investing, being an employed fund manager, previously working at the principal investment holding of a big German corporate before, and then starting my career actually at a US private equity firm many years ago, over 15 years ago. So I think for me, it's always about authenticity with yourself. It's like, what do you really enjoy? Where do you take energy from, and what gives you energy, and what takes more energy on a net basis? And of course, you have to look over kind of on this kind of over a period of time, because not every day will be the same. But for me, the answer was very clear that I love the challenge of dealing with very new business models almost every day, with new people every day. Love the challenge of working with entrepreneurs, and then try to find a way to really craft a place for me to do that. I think if you look at the investor world, venture capital is quite different from growth equity. I'm sure everybody here knows that. It's different personalities just because you invest in different kinds of businesses and you have a different way of working than with the companies. So I think it's about being very clear about what you're looking for and then just doing it. I don't know if this is actually a good advice, but there's just no shortcut or there's no solution to kind of setting your goal, reassessing whether it's actually what you personally want to do, and then finding your unique way of getting there. I was lucky that I found a couple of mentors early on. I mean, I didn't find them, I saw them, and then I forced them to become my mentors. I think that's a better way to put it, very early on. And so I had role models, which is something that often people are missing. It's kind of, I think, a general, and we saw it actually in some of your statistics earlier on, it's a high impact to get the right advice and to connect with others. So this was very impactful for me, and did that with men, with women, kind of guiding my way and then pushing through and just doing it. And of course, there are many ups and downs, and notably in an industry that goes through investment cycles and that isn't stable. But again, I think it's about a fundamental choice, what gives you energy, and if this is it, then I think there's always a good way forward. I don't know if this is good advice at all for anyone, but that's definitely the reality that I've seen.
Thank you for sharing your story. Roger, does this story resonate with what you see through the program we just launched, the Empowering Equity on the EIF site? We had a big event just next door with a few hundred participants, and we get also some feedback from there, from the participants, the difficulties they go through in terms of fundraising, a bit the scrutiny, their personal track record of being or not being part of a GP before. Does it matter? Does it not? What do you see from the first outcomes of the program? Do you have any results for us yet, or at least maybe tell the audience what the program is about?
Yeah, a couple of considerations. In general, what we see, and this is the feedback we get from fund managers because we do regularly surveys and therefore we have it from first hand, is it's very tough now to fundraise. Let's be very clear. Obviously, the macroeconomic environment is not very conducive with the interest rates and so on. And so, of course, the fund managers need even more than ever some anchor investors and support. And so we are coming in also, contrary to before, in second closings or so, to make sure that they at least reach the target size. It's very important as a signal. So that's number one. Number two, I would say, indeed, we know, and that's not new, that first-time teams in general have more difficulty in fundraising. We have put a particular focus on that. I must say, we really support first-time teams. Of course, we have high expectations. These are not people who have no clue about it's just that as a team, they have never worked together, and we trust them. Of course, there's a lot in trying to put best practices in and helping them to raise the fund, and I think that is really part of our mission also. But we see that they are also doing very well. We are looking at the results, and they are not having a worse IRR. They have sometimes even better IRR in the early stages than established teams. So I think that is number two. Number three, indeed, is a problem of the asset class in itself, which is not very diversified when it comes first to the teams, but also it has a knock-on effect on the companies in which they invest. So we want to work at three levels. One, to make sure that the skills are there for venture capital. It's not part of a curriculum so far, so we want to see how we can pick graduates and master students and people who have very little work experience, but orient them towards venture capital and accompany them also together with the private sector, give them exposure. Then the second one is we want to incentivize existing funds also to become more diverse, also to recruit not the traditional white male fund managers. And the third one is we want to make sure that this is reflected at the level of the investee companies also, because what we have seen is often that these more diverse fund managers also have a propensity to invest more in female-led, for instance, companies. But it's holistic again. I think it's not one size fits all. We need to work on the various levels.
And thank you for that. And I think we have time for a last question, and it's the one on the exit. So if you don't mind, I'll start with Herman on this one. So where do you stand on this issue? Like, are we okay if we allow European companies as investors to exit in the States or being acquired by Asian investors, knowingly that will give us better returns that we can reinvest later, or we prefer to keep the lower returns and try to develop something locally?
I think the answer is not either or, but both. So clearly, technology has become very much a global game, and unless you're successfully on a global scale, you're really not successful. Even Europe is normally not large enough a market to be successful in these in the high-tech field. And this sometimes requires to take money from the US and also from China. Let's not. There is a sort of anti-China hysteria at the moment. You can't ignore China. China has become, for example, the biggest car market. China in many sectors, it's 70% of the chips market. So if you want to do anything in semiconductors, if you can't sell your semiconductor chips to China, you might as well pack up and go home now. So people often don't understand how important the Chinese market is. So if you want to be a global company, you've got to enter, and therefore having Chinese investors or American investors is also something very positive. Having said that, I think we also now, because of the Ukraine, have to have a list of adversarial investors where we say, well, no, we will not take money from certain areas. So we've got to be very careful, and on one hand be very open to the world, and on the other hand being aware that there are adversarial investors, and we've got to keep them out. In terms of the exits, the issue really is one for us to solve. And why is it that it is often American companies or the American stock markets that gives us a better return than European? We've got to get our own house in order. We've got to have a European stock market that is capable of giving the same ratings as NASDAQ, for example, in technology, and there is work still to be done. But at the end of the day, this is also an international competition between stock markets, and if our stock markets can't give you the services that American stock markets give, then you can't disadvantage high technology companies and say you can't go public in the US when you get a better return, and if it's mainly backed by European investors, give European investors the return that they deserve in order to invest in other European companies.
Thank you. And Zoe, as a future investor in such companies, you said late stage, what will be your view? Are you will be actively looking to offload some of these investments in the States, or what would be your preferred route to exit?
My preferred route to exit as a European is, of course, to have Europe be a much stronger exit market. Now, I'm convinced that we will get there because I know a lot of people are working on it, and a lot of the different components of that have already been addressed around capital markets unions. There's the point that Roger put forward around the savings unions, which, by the way, also not only feeds into how people can invest into private equity, but also how they can become more active stock market investors. So I think a lot of things are going on. Now, this will not solve the challenge that we're facing for this and probably the next cohort of companies that will be listing over the next, let's say, 2, 4, maybe 5 years, 5, 6 years, just because it will take time. So I think for this cohort, I, as a GP, will always vouch for, and that's my fiduciary duty, for what maximizes financial return for my investors. Because at the end of the day, especially with state money, actually, it's very important to be very clear on that. Now, having said that, from a software perspective, the biggest market is still in the US. What we see excitingly is that Europe is growing very fast. So there's also this fundamental trend of not only the investor market catching up, but also the buyer's market catching up. So I do see a lot of potential for this changing. in the meantime, what I would like for us to all build collectively is that success muscle memory, for us to see how success works, how it feels to generate a strong return, what it means for the capital to flow back into the market, to be recycled and to be reinvested, and really to get into a virtuous cycle, which we can all generate. But I think this is so important. We spoke a lot about mentality today, both on the capital allocator side, on the VC side, but also on the capital allocator side, on the LP side. And this is what we need. So we need the success stories. So I'm all for maximizing them in the short term while working on something that is equally urgent and important, which is really to build a foundation for our own exit markets, which will, by the way, not only be stock markets, because you will always want, as a growth investor, to have several routes open. It will also be strategic exits. So it's extremely important to also look at our current cohort of technology companies as potential acquirers, and that there's obviously private equity, right? And the private equity has been super active across Europe, and that's something that we find quite exciting too. So to see more money flowing into that asset class as well, which for tech growth investors is another potential exit route.
Indeed. And maybe last words from Roger. I don't know if you have these statistics, but do you see any rate of reinvestment on the LP side? Like, you have constant fund managers that are raising funds, like Atomico now, they went from the small scale that they were, now they're vying for the €1 billion fund. Do you actually track any statistics on the EIF side, like about how much of the returns are then reinvested by the LPs in subsequent funds? Or what is your view on returns and reinvestment?
It's a multifaceted question. Yeah. We know about obviously all the funds that come and apply to us, and often we have been in various stages accompanying them and helping them to grow. Again, in the same vein as I explained before, if they don't need us, we will not come. But often they specialize or they go into later stages and so on. So and there they need still our help. We know, of course, what they have returned, and the money that flows back for most of the programs can be reinvested. Not always. This depends a bit on what the mandate givers agree with us. But I think it's good to have no need to constantly being also on the lookout for additional public money, and to have a healthy ecosystem where you can reinvest the proceeds. Now, coming to the question, which was very delicate before, on whether we want to accept US, Chinese, or so money, I think I would say it's not either or. Again, it's not black and white. We have first the challenge where we invest the money. And there we even have come to realize that putting 100% of the money only in EU would not work. It's simply not how the market works. But we want to have the overwhelming majority in EU, but there will also be funds who, for reasons of optimizing the return, also will invest, say, in UK or somewhere else. But we want to be sure when we go through the due diligence that they really have investment opportunities, and the big majority in the EU. Now, when it comes to fundraising, yes, we accept also funds from outside Europe, although we are targeting more the institutional investors in Europe. I think here is again, a question of balance. It's good to have additional finance coming for the benefit of EU companies. Where we see the red line is if they then leave Europe. But I must say we have not been very successful ourselves, I must admit, as EIF, because again, we are not in the driving seat. We are investing in the funds, but 44% of the companies that made it basically have been sold outside Europe. And financially it's a success. Politically it's more questionable. So we are reflecting also on what can be done, but I think we are part of a bigger picture, and it's not just a question of where the venture capital goes. I think it starts much earlier. I mean, if you make special incentive schemes where you want to have 2/3 of students that are not European in certain fields, and you give them subsidies to come, and then you should not be surprised that they go back to China and then have the know-how. And so it goes. I think we need to be a little bit less naive on a global side and reflect through our policies, starting from academia through industrial joint venture down to venture capital. Venture capital is only a small part of it. I think what we need is really clear thinking, how we can ensure some sovereignty in areas where Europe should be leading also tomorrow.
Indeed, there is a big road ahead, and I'm definitely sure that we're going to have a lot of topics to discuss the years to come on such forums, regulation, capital markets union, strategic technologies, exits, diversity in our fund management and on the company levels. So I wish to thank you very much for your wonderful contributions and to thank the audience for being with us today. We are running out of time. I don't know if we have foreseen any time for questions from the audience on this one. No time for questions, or like I'm improvising again. So again, please join me to give a round of applause to our fellow participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, panel. Now, final thing before lunchtime, we have a speech from Marjut Falkstedt, the CEO of the European Investment Fund. Over to you. Thank you.
Shall I say good morning or good afternoon? Anyway, whatever I say, it's really great to be here. I can hardly see you. But I hope you can see and hear me well. I will talk a bit about innovation and EIF, and I would like to focus on 5 points. Of course, importance of innovation, the role of public support, and how we go about that. The continuity in financing. Continuity in financing, it's an important one. Importance of partnerships, and what are the challenges ahead. Now, before I start, I would like to know, how many of you have been working in one way or another with the EIF, the European Investment Fund? Please raise your hand, just that I see how many of you. Okay, thank you. Because like this, I can talk a bit about EIF as well. I'm very proud of that institution. You know, EIF is the SME financial arm of the European Union institutions and bodies. We are the ones who focus on, indeed, SME financing, innovative SME financing, venture capital, and also guarantees. What is the difference between EIB and EIF? Well, EIB can finance directly, we can't. We work with venture capital funds, with banks, with guarantee institutions. We provide indirect financing. And each year, we add something like 350,000 SMEs into our portfolio, thanks to this intermediation. So as I said, we are a subsidiary of the EIB, and we work on the basis of assets that are entrusted to us. So we work for the European Commission, of course the EIB, and the member states. So basically, we are an asset manager. We hardly never use our own funds. We don't have so many own funds. And our key objectives are, of course, climate and cohesion, the very important ones for the European Union, and of course, innovation. In fact, it's really a subset of our SME venture capital financing. Now, when we do venture capital financing, Roger certainly already alluded to that, we cover the whole spectrum of innovation and new technologies, from quantum over artificial intelligence and space and robotics over new materials, and you take it all, life sciences. Because innovation is the fuel that drives progress. Vice President Vigliotti spoke earlier about its importance in job creation and economic growth, and more critically, in leading us to a greener, a more digital, and more inclusive future. I would like to briefly touch upon public support for innovation. and more specifically on the continuity in financing. And you will see why I always speak about continuity in financing. As an organization with firm public policy objectives, our intention is to channel as much financing as possible in the direction of all these ambitious European entrepreneurs. They are developing the solutions we will need tomorrow for our children. They are developing the disruptive technologies and all types of groundbreaking ideas, indeed, to shape the future of our children. As public actors, we aim to go there where others don't go, where in particular private sector does not always go. And this is our main tool. Our main tool in this is venture capital. On average, in the past 5 years, we have invested 4.4 billion euros in venture capital into European Union venture capital funds. And overall, currently, we are working with 1,400 venture capital funds in European Union. Some of them have already invested, so we are in the monitoring phase, and some of them are in the active investment phase. And all these 1,400 and all those venture capital funds that have been closed long time ago, we have 28,000 active SMEs still in our portfolio, 28,000 companies in the portfolio. And when I tell you a couple of names, you will think, I'm going back in the history. For example, Skype. We were a very early investor in Skype when it was starting up its business. Also in Skyscanner or Shazam, Klarna, WeTransfer or TransferWise. These are all the companies that you now see, and there are so many more where we are very proud that we have been able to invest, mainly European Commission mandates or also from the EIB and at times also from the member states. For us, it is very important, and it has been very important over the last 30 years, to create a vibrant venture capital ecosystem in European Union. And in fact, I would say we have achieved a lot in the last decade. The venture capital markets, they have matured. We are coming closer to the US, even though we are still 20 years behind. But we are coming closer, and we are also bringing the newer member states, more mature. The ecosystems are improving a lot. And this is very, very important, in particular, when we talk about continuity in financing. And now I come to that. Because when you look at the EIB, and when you look at the EIF, in fact, with the products that we can offer during the life cycle of a company, we can cover the whole life cycle, from the seed of a startup and scaling up and growth. And here is very important then the link to the venture debt, because we are complementary. When EIF invests in the early stages and also scaling up, EIB then can complement with venture debt when the equity investment is no longer the appropriate solution. So throughout the different stages and across the different needs of the business cycle, we are there. And we have many examples of companies where we have done these things jointly, like D-Orbit, the Italian space logistics company, or Enevo, the Finnish cloud-based waste management services. And here closer to home, in Luxembourg, we have Spire Global. It's a satellite constellation company. Or Innosol, the Irish pharmaceutical company. And each of these cases, EIF, through one of the investment funds, had at some stage of their seed or startup stage, has invested in them, and then have been really followed up by the venture debt of the EIB, so that we can help these companies to grow. In particular, those companies who do not have easy access to private sector investment. This type of continuity, it's very important, in particular nowadays, to strengthen the economic resilience of European companies and help them hopefully to stay here in Europe. And these have positive knock-on effects on our economy. So, what is also very important, particularly in the economic area that still relies primarily and heavily on traditional banking, is of course also the role of private credit. The EIF, we also invest in private credit funds who then can offer tailor-made solutions to many entrepreneurs out there. Where the bank financing is not the right one, potentially the EIB's venture debt is potentially too high, too big in the scale. So then the private credit funds are very, very useful solutions. Now, in particular, the private credit is a space what we are looking at great interest. It's certainly also a space which will be increasing in significance going forward, and provides a very good solution for family-run businesses or certain types of SMEs. And at the same time, because we also have to attract private sector financing into these funds, it's also possible for certain type of investors to provide alternative assets, different type of asset class for investments. Which brings me to the partnerships. Across the financing spectrum, a key ingredient in offering all these products what we have is partnerships. I mentioned our offerings in venture capital and venture debt, but similarly, continuity also concerns later stage, scaling up financing and all those options what we have. Ensuring that large venture capital funds are able to offer sufficiently large ticket sizes to help European businesses at scale. And here we had Zoe, for example, a good example of offering financing at scale with her fund. Very important. Now, driving our efforts in this field are two initiatives. We have two initiatives with which we can help scaling up of companies. One is called Escalar. We have it already since a couple of years. This is devised and deployed in collaboration with the European Commission. And then we have also the European Tech Champions Initiative, the ETCI, which is, let's say, a collaboration with the EIB and 6 member states so far. And we, of course, hope, and I suppose Roger alluded to that, we would like to have more member states to join by different means. Now, what is important? In all these cases, it's important that we pool the resources of the like-minded stakeholders through a common instrument. Because this, us alone, we cannot do it. We can only do it when we pool the resources of others. This is a very strong signaling effect, has a strong signaling effect on the markets, as we can see when we compare the pipeline, what we have for the ETCI today, what we had 18 months ago. Now, I talked about partnerships. We cannot do this alone. We need private investors. Public resources will never be enough to do all the good things that we are needing indeed. And in order to drive the change and to strengthen the most strategic sectors in the economy, you have heard it 1,000 times. We need pension funds and insurance companies. EIF, typically, we take the role of a cornerstone investor in the venture capital fund. And typically, we expect that a certain percentage, at least 30%, comes from the private hand. Now, the toughest nut to crack in this are the pension funds. Also, of course, insurance companies and other institutional investors. However, what we see as really the most difficult partners are the pension funds. And let me give you some numbers. We have some data that shows that US pension funds hold close to 5 billion euros stake in German startups. So US pension funds hold more than 5 billion euros in German startups. Now try to guess what is the amount of pension funds, German pension funds, holding stakes in German startups. Can you make a guess? Does anybody have a data? No, I can tell you, it's not even 100 million. So somebody clearly sees some benefits in our ecosystem, while some other, let's say, homemade stakeholders have not yet seen that. And we have to work very hard on that direction, and we need everybody to talk about this. We have to overcome information asymmetries. We have to demystify this asset class. and change risk appetites. Very important. At the same time, we need to continue to develop an ecosystem of fund managers. Roger was alluding the importance of first-time teams. And that those fund managers that can build investable solutions based on attractive risk-adjusted returns. Now, let me ask you another question. EIF signed contracts last year for approximately 130 fund managers. Can you now guess how many of those were first-time teams? 130 fund managers. Make a guess. Give me a number. 40. There were 40 fund managers out of 130. Thanks for the guess anyway. Now, I started my intervention with reference to the environment, and I would like to end with that one too. Because despite of the significant investment activity, we know that the investment gap remains substantial in the battle against climate change. Energy investments alone in the EU will have to reach 400 billion euros per year during this decade, and more than 500 billion euros per year in subsequent decades until 2050. And we aim for net zero. And while investing in innovative businesses is at the heart of finding solutions, we also know that scaling existing technological breakthroughs is equally important, like the penetration of renewables, electric vehicles, grid development, and energy efficiency investments like heat pumps. This is where investments in infrastructure can play an important role. And this is also what we are doing. We are doing equity investments into infrastructure funds. Again, through strong partnerships and with private sector participation. Dear friends, we need to remain committed in our continued financial support towards the innovative sectors in European economy. And with the pressures on public budgets increasing, particularly in defense spending, for example, we need to effectively mobilize private sector financing more and more, because the planet cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjut. It is now time for lunch, everyone. However, I have a small piece of homework for you all, please, during lunchtime, which is please look at this afternoon's agenda. That you can scan the QR code on the back of your badge to have a look and think about which sessions you would like to attend. We're going to have a panel discussion and an award, and then after that we'll break out to several different sessions outside. So please have a look and decide which one you would like to go to. And we'll be back in here at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch. Hello everyone, welcome back to everyone in person and also online. It is now my turn to turn moderator. I'm going to have this wonderful panel tell me more about the EIB Venture Debt product and how companies are using it to boost their businesses and how some of you in the audience could be using it too. So here with me I have Ravinder Chahil, who is the Senior Vice President and General Counsel at Zealand Pharma, Claudio Spadaccini, who's the founder and CEO of Energy Dome Spa, so they're representing the companies taking venture debt. Then I have Anna Panagolopoulou, who's the, sorry, I think I messed that up, Director of European Research Area and Innovation at the European Commission. I have Dana Baduja, the Head of Life Sciences and Health at the European Investment Bank, who's a last-minute stand-in, so thank you very much, Dana. And Alessandro Izzo, who's the Head of Equity, Growth Capital and Project Finance Department at the European Investment Bank. So lots of different perspectives to tell us more about venture debt. Alessandro, I'm going to start with you. Can you please set the scene for us? What is, aside from what we've already heard today, what is the EIB's venture debt offer and what makes it fairly unique in the marketplace?
Thank you, Amy, for the question, and good afternoon, everybody. I know we take the panel immediately after lunch, so we need to be particularly punctual to keep the level of attention higher. So I won't repeat too much about what is the history behind venture debt and how the bank set up its first program. We heard from Jean-Christophe this morning that it was back in 2016 when a group of colleagues who are still in the team today, at the time I was not part of the team, identified this fundamental market gap in innovation finance in Europe. And we had the resources coming from the Commission by way of this guarantee to leverage our own resources and capital to take a part of risk and develop an instrument that typically was not deployed directly by the bank. And we looked at, of course, what was done on the other side of the Atlantic, the experience of venture debt in Silicon Valley, and we adjusted it. We thought that we needed to match the same type of fundamental needs of innovative companies, but we, because of the firepower provided by the Commission, we managed also to change a bit the terms of the product. So fundamentally, the instrument is a debt instrument, which doesn't absorb cash from the company by way of repayment of principal or interest. It's an instrument that is pretty long-ended, so the term 5 to 7 years. So we're speaking about features that are not so much present in the market. It is fundamentally the first level of debt after the different equity raises, or we can say the last level of equity before you actually raise commercial debt. So in terms of risk taken on the underlying business proposition, we are very close to equity risk, and hence why the return is mainly provided by way of a second instrument, which is ancillary to the debt, which is a warrant. So this is how it works. It is adjusted to what you see as a proposition in the market. It is really, really an instrument that perfectly matches, and we will hear more later on from some of the companies and the colleagues, really matches that phase of high capital expenditure intensity that you have in fast-growing company in key sectors like, for example, clean tech, biotech, or deep tech. So this is a bit how we've arrived to the design of the product and the program.
Great. And Dana, you can tell us a bit more about the kind of especially unique aspect, perhaps, of how the EIB Venture Debt works. You are part of a team, aren't you, of specialists who work on the technical and financial due diligence. What benefits does that bring to the EIB, and what benefits does that bring to the companies who end up taking the financing?
Thank you very much. Thank you all for allowing me to step in for Felicitas, our Director of the Innovation and Competitiveness Department. I will heading the life sciences and health team in that directorate, but the entire department has hundreds of technical specialists of all backgrounds, scientists, engineers, economists, mathematicians, medical doctors, you name it, because we all look in depth into the technical structure of the projects. And that, I think, makes us unique, and that allows us probably to team up with our colleagues in the venture debt exercise and look into the projects with a completely different approach than other type of investors, where our experts are mastering the technology, be it in the life sciences sector, but not only, and also the other areas that we're covering in the innovation and competitiveness, deep tech, digital, you name it. And this in-depth technical due diligence is sometimes seen as cumbersome by some of our partners, but I think it's the long-time guarantee that the investment will not only be secure for the bank, but it will also build the technologies of the future, that we will be able to find out of these companies the technologies of the future. So we're aware of this, let's say, deep due diligence, but I think it's our strength, and the fact that we're exposed to all the technologies and the experts are always up to date with these developments in the sector makes also the transfer of expertise from one project to another, from one company to another, something unique that we can carry on. Of course, not substituting our advisory colleagues that do similar things, but just referring to the technology itself. But I would think that the two companies invited today would be able to give you later more of an explanation on this one. I think the last point I'm trying to make here, and it was highlighted by Felicitas in her notes, and we have with us Anna here. We're also doing the bridge between the policies of the European Commission and the sector. So we make sure that the proposed innovative technologies are in line with the priorities of the Commission, but also have a sound scientific base, but also, of course, a commercial potential. So I think that makes something unique of our experts among the other type of due diligence and appraisals in the sector.
Great.
I'll stop here, and probably better to hear from the companies themselves.
Yeah, we will later. How long, in general, does the due diligence process take?
I think it depends a lot, and particularly I assume you're referring to this venture debt type of projects, yeah, because that can be very different, and our team serves every kind of due diligence. I would say that in life sciences, as there are other sectors in innovation area, 6, 9, 12 months, depending either on the technology and also on the preparedness level of the company in order to embark on this financing adventure. But I'll probably ask Alessandro to jump in if, as they are in charge and leading the appraisal process. But on our side, this is an average.
Yeah, I think it depends a bit of where you start taking the beginning and the end. If you look from origination of the lead, where we start having the first screening through our go-no-go, until really signing even of the most important CP, which is warrant agreement, we're around 12 months. I think it really resonates to me what Dana is saying about the level of preparedness also of the company and the technology. So it might be actually we have early leads, but we're waiting for some elements to the risk, the investment proposition, some certifications, some first milestones. Then when we have actually the direct engagement of our technical team, I think in 2-3 months we're done with technical due diligence, and then it's of course the negotiation of the agreements that Claudio can comment on, because it's been a long part of some of our journeys. But so I would say roughly 9 to 12 months from beginning to end, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm going to ask you about what it's like working with the EIB lawyers, because I've heard a bit about that over lunch. Anna, before I turn to Claudio Ravinda, why does the European Commission care about venture debt? If we zoom out, why are you here? Why is this of interest to you?
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much for these questions. I would like to start a little bit with the title of the panel discussion we have today about venture debt as a product, partnership, and impact. And I will focus very much on the partnership that we have established the last years with the European Investment Bank on venture debt and beyond venture debt. Why is this? The European Commission, in particular, DG Research and Innovation, is financing research and innovation projects. And we have a tradition of 40 years where the focus was very much about collaborative research, it was very much about basic research, and we were financing also SMEs. The last years, and under the last framework program, our focus has been moved also towards new technologies, deep tech innovation, and we have developed specific instruments, the European Innovation Council, which provides grants and equity at a very early stage of companies when the risk is very high, in order to help them to develop the new product and to scaling up and not losing them in the United States. This is one partnership that we have developed recently with the EIB and with Alessandro team, where we define the political priorities, we select the portfolio of companies, and then EIB and Alessandro team is coming and doing the due diligence, because they are the best to do that. Here we're talking about grant and equity. But this is for the very early stage, when no one, neither EIB with its products, is able to finance those companies. But this is not enough. While we are de-risking the companies, the next step is to look at other possible products. And venture debt is one of these products that we really co-designed, co-defined together with the EIB, and we think are extremely important because, first of all, by working together, we define the political priorities. You name them. We are talking about AI, quantum, health, biotech. We're talking about clean technologies to promote the green transition. We are also able to provide guarantees that this is what the bank wants to have in order to go to a product that is more risky than what probably the bank is able to do. But also our aim is to collaborate between and to co-invest basically between what we do through the rest of the program and what we can do with the venture debts. And we have done an analysis together with the bank. 1/3 of the companies that they have been financed through the EIB Venture Debt instruments, they have been also financed under our framework program. We want to go more in this direction because the funding, it's not adequate. If we think about the needs that we have from tech technologies in the future will be even higher, so we really need to see how we can collaborate more. The Energy Dome is one concrete example where Claudio, he could say maybe more. He managed to not only receive EIC funding, but also venture debt funding. And we have many other examples for that, even in the biotech area. This is why we, first of all, believe that the collaboration with the bank will bring an added value to what we want to achieve overall in the Commission, so that Europe will be a leader in the context of new technologies. And this is going to reinforce the sovereignty of Europe overall. Second, we will be able to address the funding gap that we have at all stages, and by putting different instruments when they are needed, we will be able to address this funding gap. And third, because we think we will deliver much higher impact, and we have seen already the impact that the EIB Venture Debt brought into the market. So we are very much willing to continue this collaboration with the bank. We see the added value of the EIB Venture Debt, and we would like to reinforce even further the collaboration with the other instruments that we have put in place.
Great, thank you. Claudio, can you tell us a bit more about your company? It's in the very buzzy world of climate infrastructure. I've met a few other companies here today who are also in that space. Can you tell us a bit about what you're building and why venture debt has a, I guess, particularly useful role to play for your company and for your industry?
So, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's a real pleasure. And what we do at Energy Dome is long-duration energy storage. So we have built a new technology which is in the clean tech space, deep tech, and this technology is used to make renewables dispatchable. So we store solar power when it's available, and we release that electricity after sunset at night, or wind energy when wind blows, and we release when wind doesn't blow. So this is an extremely important market because all the decarbonization and transition is about increasing electricity use in terms of mobility, in terms of heating. So this is something which is very, very important also for artificial intelligence, and the use of electricity is absolutely growing. The beauty of our technology is that is a process innovation based on existing technology already used in oil and gas industry. And due to this, we have been able to achieve a fast development of the technology, and we have been able to install a first plant and to become close to be commercial. And in that sense, the venture debt and the instrument which we have been able to close together with the bank is really crucial for us, because we are in that phase of the company where we know that the technology works. There can be a lot of business cases which are very interesting and repeatable and very interesting for other investors, but we need to prove the bankability of our technology. So the crucial word is really bankability, and through the, let's say, blended finance deal, which we have been able to close with the European Investment Bank and the Breakthrough Energy Catalyst, we have been able to accelerate the deployment of a full-scale plant of our technology, which is a 20 megawatt, 200 megawatt hour plant, which can really show to investors how reliable the technology is, which can show also to the other financial institutions like the commercial bank, how this can be real, how this can be really deployed in a fast-track way and become really, to go back to the title, can really make impact. So through partnership together with the European Investment Bank and the Breakthrough Energy Catalyst, which has co-invested in this let's say, blended finance instrument, we have been able, we can be able to show that we can really create a huge impact very shortly to make the decarbonization to happen as soon as possible. But to make bankability, it is not only about the money, it's about to put together, let's say, a kind of a process to show to the bank and to the investor that the technology work and the project and the business case around the technology can generate value and create value for the investors. We operate in a very capital-intensive market, and our customers are really very, very conservative because of utilities. And so in this specific market, it is really key to have those kind of instrument that can allow companies like us, which are scale up, to show to the potential investors that the business cases exist and can be safe enough to invest on those business cases. So our experience has been, let's say, great, and I think that this is something that we need more and more other examples.
Amazing. Ravinda, I'm sure you've got some sort of similar situation. Tell us a bit about Zealand Pharma and why you're using venture debt. Very different industry, but some of the similar kind of challenges.
First of all, thank you for inviting us. So Zealand Pharma is a 300-person biotech company located just outside Copenhagen. It specializes in producing peptide medicines. What we tend to do is we have scientists who take human peptides and alter them so that they last longer, they can be put on a shelf, they can be administered once a week. And we target rare diseases. So at the moment we have 2 products in regulatory approval, and we have a number of other products in clinical development. We're at that point where we have very modest revenues based on partnering, and that is how we get our products to market. We license them out to other people. And we're at that tipping point where we are in regulatory approval where the products could still fail, but we need someone to help us get across that line and continue to invest in us. And although we're listed on the OMX exchange in Denmark, and we've been very successful with that, we do need this as part of the mix. And we brought in a very large ticket with the help of the EIB. And that also acted as a lightning rod. It certainly gets noticed by other people when the EIB's taken the time to invest in you and put you through a thorough process. There must be something behind it, is what we're noticing.
Great. Dana, obviously life sciences, clean tech, climate tech, areas where there's an obvious need for venture debt. Are there any other sectors that you think it particularly makes sense for?
Thank you very much. I can start building on what we see in life sciences, where the barriers and the mix with the artificial intelligence, for example, is something that makes more and more the case into the innovation process. So building from there, I think digital technologies, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, alternative mobility are just a few. So I think they are the ones addressing the green energy transition on one hand, and the artificial intelligence and digitalization revolution on the other hand, that would be more prone to the investments in the venture debt space. So I think these are just a few, and they respond usually to the advance of the technology in general, but also they are shaped by the policies that are being put in place at the level, for example, at the European Union. And when we talk about innovation at the level of the European Union and the Commission, we know the struggle and the balance we try to reach with keeping the innovation, I think, in Europe. So these are just of the few sectors, at least in our department, but not only that we focus on with our venture debt investments.
Alessandro, are there any sectors that don't make sense for venture debt?
Well, I would say that, of course, at least we position EIB Venture Debt in sectors where there is this valley of death of 5 years with very heavy, expenditures either on capex or on R&D before you reach profitability. So if you actually are on the opposite side, so you're very close to profitability, 2 to 3 years, you expect a very quick return, then maybe, you're readier to instruments that are closer to pure debt. And I think at the end, there is still a dilutive element with the warrant. So, at the end, and the return that we ask is a return that is between debt and equity. So the sweet spot, I think, is really for those sectors that replicate the business challenges that we heard. For example, we didn't name it, but I think it's quite crucial, especially in view of strategic independence and autonomy of European Union, the space sector, where you do not have a market there yet that is using commercially certain services. You have 5-7 years to prove commercial traction. You have a high upfront development cost and R&D, and that's the case for venture debt. Other sectors which are closer to as I said earlier on, profitability, stability of cash flows, I think they can be quite quickly and easily addressed by products that are already in the market closer to pure debt.
So you mentioned space. There was a mention of defence earlier. We've talked a lot about deep tech. Anna, I'll start with you, but this is open to everyone. Where else do you think are big funding gaps in Europe? Very broad question.
It's a very broad question. And if we start from the sectorial point of view, I fully agree with what it was said before. What are the priorities? But, in the Commission, we have this overarching policy about green and digital transformation, and we want to become or to be the neutral competent from the climate point of view in 2050, and we have analyze a little bit what are the investment needs in specific sectors. I just give you some examples. First of all, we analyze that we need to invest until 2030 every year nearly 500 billion of climate-related investments. 33 billion of investments to diversify European energy supply, so clean energy, more clean energy, and save energy, produce additional clean energy products. And then 75 billion to close the digital gap of Europe. Let's think about the sectors. And of course, the areas where they are very much depending our sovereignty is about AI, is semiconductors, is biotech, is clean tech. So all those areas we really have to invest. And what we have put as target as well, and we are not yet there, over the last 20 years, we always expected that member states, EU member states, they will invest about 3% public and private investment per GDP on research and innovation. The average is 2.2%. And what we are really missing is private investments. Of course, public investments will leverage private investments, but we are missing a lot of private investments because, you know better than me probably, the private sector, the investors in Europe, they are much less risky than in the United States. And we do need to make them invest more. And that brings us to the product. Claudio spoke about blending finance. I think blending finance is one of the products that we have to reinforce in the future, so grant and equity. Because, for example, the grant will de-risk a lot and the equity will come. What we do with EIC, for every euro that we invest, we attract more or less 3.5 euros additional co-investments for private investors. This is very important. So we have to address the leverage effect. Venture debt instruments, they're also contributing in this context. But what is untaped yet is the European institutional investors. They have a lot of assets and they have to invest more on risky new technologies in Europe. This is something that we really have to look at, and we have to see whether the products that we have in place is enough or whether we need to deliver new products that will attract those type of investments.
What do you think? I mean, this is open to anyone, but I feel like we've spoken a bit today about the need to get pension funds investing, to get the insurance providers investing. What can be done? What is the EIB working on, or the Commission working on, to unlock that capital? You know, we've spoken about it a lot, but what can we actually do?
Well, I leave aside consideration on market design and, in general, also regulation of these counterparts, because, let's make no mistake, the big change in the American venture capital scene was when regulation for investment of insurance funds was changed in the 50s and 60s with an obligation to invest up to a certain percentage in that asset class, and that alone ballooned the amount of money which was available for corporates. So this is probably more for our politicians to draw. I think at our level, the bank, I think we have to do what we do well, which is basically, as we heard from Dana, we actually are very good in selecting the technologies and the bets that make sense, and that is actually a unique proposition in Europe. So because we are amongst the first, if you want, specialized funds or investors. We heard a lot this morning. Our colleagues were speaking about generalist versus specialized funds, and where the EIF is going and so forth and so on. But fundamentally, what the work of these teams and Dana's team before have done in biotech or in clean tech, deep tech, has been signaling to the market where certain breakthrough technological bets had to be placed for Europe. And I think that alone is a very, very, very important signaling effect. If we could leverage on that to become a little bit more bullish, and okay, it is a debt product, but kind of like signaling the leading around to show that there is an underlying valid technological and business proposition to follow on, I think that would actually help catalyze more private resources. I think we should work a bit better on the architecture of how we deploy venture debt, and I know that you will tackle this over with other questions, but I think we should try to make it more aligned to market processes also in the setup. And by doing so, then we will probably be able to leverage on these unique features of EIB technical and financial expertise to start raising funds. I would say I'm not so sure immediately with private capital, but I'm sure with institutional investor foundations, I think it's a way forward, and we have thoughts on the table to go in that direction.
And building on what Anna and Alessandro already mentioned, I think leveraging on the sector expertise and on the financial power of the bank and on the policy drive of the Commission, I think we were discussing yesterday at dinner, go a bit even earlier into the really innovative companies, but for this we need to be able to take more risk. So instead of just doing more and more of the same, we can also try to do more thematic in-depth, not only in the life sciences, I'm more familiar with that one, but I think this will close a bit the gap maybe with what is happening in other parts of the world, not to name them, at least on the life sciences part. Thank you.
Great. Claudia, what do you think that EIB could do more of to help innovative companies? You already said getting the venture debt was a good kind of signalling to the market. What else would really help propel your business?
So first of all, I'd like to say that we already got something, because we have been the first company from Italy which has been able to get 15 million equity and 3 million grant, which is the maximum from EIC. That has been quite a good success. This morning I heard that all the Italian companies struggled quite a lot to get that. And honestly, I don't know well why, but we have been able to succeed. And also the blended finance instrument with the venture debt has been really great for us. Looking forward, I feel that for a technology like us, and a company like us that wanted to scale up, public procurement is really something key. That I don't know how, let's say, I'm not a regulator, so I don't know how the bank can help into that and how the Commission can help into that. But for sure, when also we hear about the gap, as we did this morning, between the scale-ups in the US and the scale-ups in Europe, I think that one of the most important reasons for this gap is that in the US there is a common market, which is quite uniform all around. Here in Europe it's very, very difficult. Each state, or even inside each state, there are different regulations, different rules. It is very different for a company like us to see the potential to scale up. The commercial organization need to be much larger, so there are a lot of problems, while, let's say, scaling up in US seems to be easier. And in my opinion, that is the reason why in the US, so the public procurement to me is something really to focus on in order to see more scale-ups. Again, we are in the utility sector. There are so many utilities around Europe. They need to set up assets for energy storage, in our case, to force them to use technology that are emerging like us, could be really, really critical. And the second problem that we see as a scale-up company is about competition. And I want, our natural competition is lithium-ion batteries. Lithium-ion batteries are dropping in price today, but we need to understand why are dropping that much. The Chinese government is putting more than 90% of the world subsidies into energy transition technology, which are less than 5% of their global GDP. That means that they are building almost gigafactories for free. That means that we are dealing with a competition which is putting on the market the marginal cost, not the entire cost of the technology. So the next step I see also for us, if we need an instrument to compete at the same condition, is also to get, let's say, access to subsidies or finance to build the gigafactories to build the technology. I don't know if this is possible, but I just wanted to notice that this is how the market is developing, and if we want to scale up, obviously we need to look at competition, and that is one of the key issues that we see.
Thank you. I guess we can all take Hristo's procurement, get involved in the report on that point. Ravinda, same question to you. What more do you think the EIB or the Commission could do to help maybe companies, particularly in life sciences?
I mean, this would be speculative, so wouldn't it? I mean, people have talked about pension funds. That would be a nice place. And I'm suspecting there's still a large amount of fragmentation in the European markets, particularly around what they are allowed to invest in and not invest in. Perhaps there's some way to look at. And the European Union isn't yet fully a single market. That's what I would say. And comparing yourself to the US is just not the right comparison at the moment. There's still some maturity to do there. But I think all these people have pointed out the issues, and I think the political will has to be there to do something about it.
Alessandro, what is on the EIB's to-do list? You know, everyone's sort of various points today joked about the pain it can be to get venture debt or get funding of any kind from the EIB and the EIF. Is that something you're working on, or is that the way it's always going to have to be because, as you said, you do extensive market-leading due diligence?
No, not at all. I think, the team already at the basis of its culture, the customer, and I think, for us, the customer experience is fundamental. But I'd like to say that, the length of the process is also a function of sometimes preparedness of the companies, we might engage in. And I think we realized it. I mean, especially, after joining the team, I realized that depending on certain sectors, we had a throughput time which was significantly different of the companies going through the due diligence and investment phase. And it was not only, the process we were imposing on them, but the fact that certain preparedness to go through an exercise of very rigorous capital raise was not there. So I think, one great open work site on which we are investing a lot of resources, and you heard it today from Hristo, and this is the Venture Debt and Advisory Summit, is that we have put a lot of resources in helping companies to develop the project and technical details of the project to a level that actually reaches the sweet spot for us to actually engage in our due diligence and be faster. So this is an element on which we made a significant, before it was ancillary to the activity we were doing in the investment teams, now it's becoming a core proposition of our toolkit. I think there is also a work to be done in terms of furthering the collaboration and the cooperation between the different instruments. And I speak, and we heard from Anna, how some of these programs, ESE, Venture Debt, even Innovation Fund, grants, they are actually following, are a seamless continuum in financing innovative technologies. Well, sometimes these programs are not well sort of adjusted or coordinated, and there is a repetition of tasks and work. So we should benefit from some activities done through these other programs, and likewise we could signal through venture debt investment a preparedness to enter into these other initiatives. And then I would say, third but not last in terms of importance, we need to as much as we take some pride in our own due diligence and being so rigorous and special, we need to acknowledge that there are like-minded investors that can prepare a bit the pipeline for us out there, being in national promotional banks, some core lead investors. So adjust our responsiveness and time of execution to transactions that are actually prepared and I wouldn't say de-risked, but already analyzed by this type of market participants and players. And there are some initiatives in terms of that we will propose soon to have special envelopes of venture debt execution process that go through a fast lane if there is a introduction or presentation by certain trusted partners in the investment community.
Interesting. And Alessandro or Dana, on that point about preparedness, are there some quick tips for people in the audience who might go through the process? What are some of those things that companies can do to help speed up the process?
I can start, and I think they need to trust us and to present us what is their project, because we're not financing our EIB project, we're financing their project. We can help them shape the project, but I think that's very important for them to define what is the product or the projects in innovation and research that they want to develop, how they want to go through different stages, and here it's again, we can help them and even spread out the financing around some of these stages. And then it's working together that it's them helping us to understand what we need to understand in order to get our approvals, but again, it's them having their own research and project. And we usually prefer to look at the entire portfolio, even though we focus our project on maybe one or two components, because we're talking about companies in the research and development stage that have a significant risk. And then when you look at the entire portfolio, then this, and sometimes the colleagues are faced, but why are you also interested about this and that? So I think by having a clearly defined project in terms of the research and development they want to do in the next 3, 5, 10 years, and then sitting together and shaping what is the perimeter of the project that we want to finance together. Back to you, Ale.
I'll be more down to earth, less flying so high. Get the numbers right. What is fundamental is to have solid internal, cost and financial management functions. It's actually could seem quite anecdotal, but we were exchanging on an analysis on our portfolio and looking at the criteria of success of the companies based on some fundamental drivers, being it technology development, product market fit, time of entry, and solidity of a CFO function. Well, the most important scoring factor for companies to be successful after 3 years is actually having a solid internal financial, controlling and planning function. That is actually more important than actually having, a good time, market entry timing or developing the right technology. So the good news is actually it's not that difficult, because what is difficult is actually to find the right breakthrough technology and the market where to enter. CFOs and financial functions can be hired externally and can help prepare the investment case.
Ravinder, having been through the process, is there anything you'd do differently if you did it again? Any advice?
No, well, actually, just give you an idea of first meeting to signature. So we properly kicked it off in March in 2023, if I've got that right, and we signed in December. That was roughly the timetable they told us it would take. There was a summer break, which we all understand slows things down. It was transparent. From our side, we made our senior management team, all of them were made available, apart from the one who lives in the US. It was a challenge. And we had our data room set. But I would say from the user perspective, it was pretty much as expected. I've been through diligences before, and I will say from the company side, there's nothing like a diligence to make you sort your company out. We made the documents available in the data room. We granted them access. And actually, the EIB were very good about coming down to negotiate the contract face-to-face. So it was exactly what we expected. And they made that clear from the beginning. The only thing that changed for us is the size of the ticket got bigger, so the regulatory approvals had to become more complex as they went on. No, I don't think there was anything that we didn't expect. I would ask the companies to get their ducks in a row. Make sure you understand what you're proposing, make sure you make the documents available, make the right people available to talk to the experts, and make sure you understand what you're asking for. And ask, the team are very helpful. We just called them up and say, what do you need? And we got it for them.
Claudio, anything to add?
No. I think that, the main thing have been said. In our experience, I think that if you have the right people that is able to deliver the right information in the right way, everything is going well. Then, in our case, I think that we have been quite fast, super fast, because we had some maybe deadline that we wanted to announce the deal by a certain date, but everything has been smooth. We are taking a bit longer on the warrant, but I think that there is just a matter of having on board different investors, because starting a startup from zero, then you have a cap table that evolve, and many investors are not used to see certain kind of clauses because it's an instrument which is relatively, let's say, new. So there is a stretch that you have to make in order to try to accept some, let's say, maybe clause, like maybe we asked some stretch from our side in order to accommodate some of our need. But I think that in our case, I have to say that we have been really fast. And yeah, maybe I also have to say thanks to both teams, but I had not that much, let's say, to think about that. It has been quite a smooth process.
Great. If I may add something more general to the company, so you have to apply to request the funding that you really need, and when you really need it. Because I think sometimes, and while we're discussing with Alessandro, when they are doing their analysis, they realize that the company is not yet ready to go for this investment. And I think this is extremely important, because it's counterproductive if you apply, you ask some support, if you are not ready to address what is needed. For example, sometimes, I'm talking about blending finance, you may want just grant, and then you come with the investment. It's better to start with the grant and to come for the investment when it is really needed. Because otherwise, there is a high risk that there will be a lot back and forth, and we cannot accelerate the process, or is block completely the process. So good understanding from the companies as well. What is the best instrument that you need at this particular moment? It is a secret for success, I would say.
Great. We do actually have time for questions from the audience, if anyone wants to pick anyone on stage's brain about anything. Go on, someone be brave. No?
Over there.
Back.
Ah, sorry, I'm blinded by the light. I think there's a mic coming for you. Thank you. Tell us who you are and who you work for.
Stijn Proest, financial advisor. I want to continue on what Claudio was saying, building factories. I attended last year Carbonomics conference Goldman's in London when the IRA just had passed, Inflation Reduction Act. And so, concur with what Claudio was saying, what is Europe's answer, not just in building great technologies, getting them across the valley of debt, but keeping them here, building the factories, keeping the jobs, and having an installed base that is getting bigger. So is there a plan in the making to reply to IRA? And last year, the CEO of NEL, the electrolyzer company, was at the conference at Carbonomics. They're going to build a new factory. They were going to build it in Europe. At the conference, he announced we're going to build them in the US. So how are we going to reply to that?
Great question. Who wants to take it? Also, please come up with another question, because that was my backup question if no one had any. So, Anna.
Okay, I can start first of all by saying that before even IRA, we are already recognizing the weaknesses of Europe, and you named them. We still have to do a lot in order to be in a real single market. That's the big difference that we have between the United States and Europe. So in the new European Innovation Agenda, our policy document, we recognize that, and we need to do more from the regulatory point of view, simplification as well. And also innovation procurement, you talk about this, public procurement, what we can do more about this. I think these are areas that we are already reflecting and working on them. Now, as you know, there was a new Letta report talking about the single market of Europe, and we expect the tracker report on competitiveness. These are two very important political documents that we will receive, and technical documents as well, that we will receive, and that will be the basis for our reflection that we have already started for the next financial period. So what Europe should do in order to address all the financing needs, starting from basic research, new technologies, riskier companies, and going up to the needs for the manufacturing. So these are issues that we are reflecting upon. Of course, from the regulatory point of view, we put also in place the Net Zero Act, so there are a lot of political instruments and regulations that we put in place, but concerning the financing aspects, this is an issue to continue reflecting in view of the next financial period.
Can I add a few
You
thoughts
may.
to this? Of course, I mean, we don't provide grants, okay? So we will not be able as a bank, but I doubt also the European Commission with a package which is, soft money like the IRA. That, I'm afraid, still discounts in Europe a fragmentation of national sort of like industrial responses, and there are instruments that are being set up by countries who have fiscal space to support this manufacturing scale-up through grants and subsidies. But I'd like to say, though, that with the cooperation with the Commission under InvestEU, we are deploying as EIB significant tickets in scale-up finance for project finance operations that are first of a kind. There's going to be an interesting discussion this afternoon in one of the separate panels on how you scale up clean tech through a piece of capital stack, which is debt, which is yet very risky debt, probably not comparable to traditional project finance debt, but you're moving out from venture type of structures. And you will hear from one of my colleagues in one of my teams that deploys project finance how, for example, last year we were capable of supporting with big tickets, manufacturing in Europe of batteries, of the first electrolyzers, that are ensuring production of green steel in Sweden, and the setting up of the full new value chain that is leading to the first French gigafactory on European pure technology. So it is not to the tunes of the IRA, but I think that there is a significant indication that there are resources that are capable of being mobilized to retain in Europe part of this industrial manufacturing capacity. I think it will take both to stick together, the debts and let's say the traditional financing part and national. I'm afraid more national resources that will come in terms of contribution and grants. But I wouldn't say that the future is so bleak.
Anyone have a final question? You over there. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Peter Mikovets, Invent Capital. I think one question is what Europe can do for us, but maybe the other question is what can we do for Europe? We investors, we startup founders, etc. I have one interesting project to share with you, which started bottom up. It's called Climate Brick. It's 50 people who gathered one day in Sweden, in the wilderness. Founders, startups, founders, investors, opinion leaders of different types from climate tech. And they put together, after interviewing 3,000 of entrepreneurs in Europe, ultimate guidebook, how can we more easily talk to each other and help startups to get from zero to the hyperscaling, right? We are taking milestone approach towards funding. We are helping startups find out one simple language. What is the next milestone? What needs to be in place, etc. So the startups, founders, and investors see the next phases in front of us. It's not just silo-based kind of funding, but like one roadmap up to the successful exit. So we should not only ask what should Europe do for us and EIB and EIF, etc., but we should as well, and we can do that here in Europe, work together. And there's a great example. It's called Climate Brick. It's for free. You can use it. You can access it, and hopefully it's going to help all of us, not only top down but bottom up.
Anyone have a response? I'm not sure if that was really a question or a plug, but
I can intervene a bit. So, first of all, there is a fragmentation of instruments for good and bad reasons. But for sure, the idea would be to have a kind of a one-stop shop where companies, they will be able to look at what are the funding opportunities, but also for other investors that they have already analyze companies, they can come with good proposals, they could somehow publicize this. So in a way, we need to think about a concept where we join forces and we share knowledge about companies and the possibilities for financing and funding. The second thing is that my Director General will be here very soon. If he's not here, he will speak about the Strategic Technologies European Platform, which is a step, it's called step towards the future. And there we would like really to make this type of synergies and to look at the possibilities of financing with bigger tickets companies that they are really developing these critical technologies for Europe. And I'm mentioning that because as part of the STEP, InvestEU is there, EAC is there, and we are looking for synergies among the different instruments, but also for the first time, thinking about the future and how we are going to finance the STEP, we are looking not only from companies coming, for example, from what we have evaluated, but companies that they have been evaluated by other partners could be considered as good companies for finance under the STEP. So indeed, overall, we would like to see how we can establish synergies with other partners, with other investors, to identify the best companies that we could finance and to join efforts in this context.
Amazing. And we're right on time. Thank you so much, panel, for all of those insights.
You need a small, need a big video.
Big video.
Arranged it.
Thank you for bearing with us through our little stage rearrangement. I now have the pleasure to call Ambroise Fayolle, who is the Vice President of the EIB, to deliver a keynote speech introducing the Innovation Champion Award ceremony.
Wow. Good afternoon. Many thanks for coming to Luxembourg for this big event. It is really a pleasure for me to stand before you today and champion you, actually, because you are those who are really awarded today. And I remember I discussed that with Hristo actually when arriving. I remember when we did the first event of this kind in 2018. And it was difficult to fill the room in EIB headquarters, where now I see that the family of the venture debt family of EIB counts more or close to 300 members. So this is really a successful story. This is a journey that has been absolutely fascinating. Many thanks to you and many thanks to the teams that have made that possible. And especially many thanks to the European Commission who has supported us in this from the beginning. So I'm very happy to see how innovative the supported companies are and companies that you are representing today. And also I'm delighted to see the impact of your innovation on our world, from preventing or curing diseases to launching satellites into space, from revolutionary battery storage technologies to quantum computing, from AI to next generation mobility solutions, just to name a few. And as I said, the family is now close to 300 members. It fully complements existing venture capital financing. You know the characteristics of our financing and the big interest that has been triggered to both actually companies, innovative companies, and investors, and especially the non or less dilutive and the flexible structures or the absence of involvement in the business management that are some of the key aspects of our approach at EIB. And I would say just a few words about that, because with the creation of our new product, it is new, it has been created thanks to the Juncker plan less than 10 years ago. We wanted to achieve two objectives. One is to fill a market gap. And the market gap is the difficulty of those companies which are very, consuming capital quickly because they are growing very quickly in innovative sectors. And to provide this liquidity providing role that we are trying to help to finance. And that actually works very well. And that is increasing every year. And the second objective is to catalyze more investments from our partners, be them private or public. And we are fortunate enough to have a unique team of experts that are at EIB, not only financial, but also technical, scientific, legal, even sometimes medical, or risk experts that are helping us in the different services of EIB. And I'm very grateful to them to discern real innovation from sometimes less real innovation projects, or too risky projects, or too early stage. And actually our due diligence ensures that the most promising companies receive our support. And we have a few success stories that are here actually in the room today, and that are really, we are very proud to have supported, and sometimes to have supported twice. Today is a day of celebration, and we are celebrating you, the highly innovative companies that have successfully navigated the sometimes rigorous EIB due diligence process. So many thanks to you. You are part of what we are trying to achieve at EIB, which is making those very, very successful companies continue to be financed in Europe, by Europe, And I extend to you my heartfelt congratulations, and I also do that to the teams, because without the work of the teams, certainly in Hristo and the divisions team, but also in other departments, we would not be where we are today. So thank you very much, and I think now is the time for our friends from the European Commission to deliver his own speech. Thank you.
Dear Vice President Fayolle, dear innovators, dear partners, it's quite a pleasure for me to be here today because, in fact, I grew up about 1 kilometer from here. And I certainly would never have guessed, while in short pants, to be enjoying the company of such a vibrant crowd close to my old home. In fact, this building didn't exist in this form back then. This is probably a moment to take stock also of our present political environment. With elections to the European Parliament approaching fast, we can see that the public debate is focusing today very strongly on our competitiveness. And some related questions linger in the background, like how to make Europe more innovation-friendly, how to make Europe less risk-averse, or how to channel more of Europe's savings into high-risk, high-benefit ventures. So this is indeed a very good moment to have a summit like this one, but to take stock, especially of how far we have traveled. Ambroise already mentioned that the room was not that filled some 5 years ago, but what perhaps we still need to do better in the coming years. You, the companies in front of us today, are definitely a demonstration that Europe has come quite a long way already and has woken up as a leader in deep tech innovation. And many recent figures, with which I will not bother you, do point to this positive trend. And we at the European Commission, we are dedicated to support this positive trend, and you, as ambitious innovators, when you need access to risk finance. We have in particular been working together with the EIB for many years now to build venture debt instruments. Together with the EIB and with the backing of 3.7 billion euros from the EU's previous programming period, we created InnoFin, EU Finance for Innovators. Amongst others, InnoFin provided venture debt to innovative demonstration projects in the field of energy system transformation, helping them to bridge the gap from demonstration to commercialization. Volt Storage, for example, received a 30 million venture debt loan to develop a long-term clean energy storage to bridge supply gaps in low wind and sun periods. InnoFin also provided financing to innovative players active in developing new vaccines and drugs or innovative medical devices and diagnostic devices. It, for instance, provided a 25 million venture debt loan to Elsevier to develop a novel nanobody COVID-19 therapy. Next to venture debt, we have also worked on mobilizing more risk capital in the form of equity. This is why we set up the European Innovation Council Fund to provide equity support to high-risk companies developing breakthrough innovation. By now, the EIC fund boasts a strategically important portfolio, from green technologies through biotech to AI, quantum, and space. In the last 18 months, the EIC fund has become the largest deep tech investor in Europe, approving over 1.4 billion in investments into more than 200 companies, mobilizing 3 to 4 times as much in additional equity. Our next aim is to also help mobilize equity for scaling up by increasing ticket sizes beyond the 15 million we have under the EIC fund in strategic technology areas such as clean tech, digital, and biotech. It is in fact a core feature of what my colleague Anna just mentioned, the Strategic Technologies for Europe Platform Initiative, easier known as STEP. We want to implement STEP quickly, already with the EIC Work Programme 2025, which will in fact be launched this autumn, still in 2024. Concretely, with our investments into relevant scale-ups, we expect to catalyze funding rounds with co-investors of up to 150 million euros. Such equity investments would be possible both in companies having and not yet having benefited from EIC support. And of course, a combination with venture debt would also be possible. Under the EU budget 2021-2027, the one running right now, we teamed up again with the EIB to provide venture debt financing to high-risk companies with the support of an EU budget guarantee under InvestEU. These products, in particular the thematic debt instruments, have already shown that they can effectively complement the EIC fund. One recent example of this is Energy Dome, and we have the CEO of Energy Dome with us today, which deployed a breakthrough CO2-based energy storage system. The company has first received 2.5 million in grants and 15 million in equity investment from the EIC fund, before then benefiting from a 25 million venture debt loan from the EIB backed by InvestEU. So we feel that we are moving in the right direction as we see very significant demand for these instruments by European innovators. At the same time, public funding behind these products is presently very constrained. That is why we are working with the EIB to get the highest mileage from the EU guarantee behind the thematic venture debt products. For example, decreasing the existing 95% transfer rate of the EU guarantee could increase the amounts available for venture debt financing. This would allow the EIB's venture debt products to remain a potent complement to the EIC fund's equity investments in the coming years. With this, dear innovators and dear partners, you can rest assured that we will keep working tirelessly together with the EIB to make sure we support your breakthrough technologies and catalyze funding for your future growth. With this, I certainly would want to end with the most important of this part of the day, which is the Innovation Champion Awards, and I would already want to warmly congratulate all the winners of this award. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both of you, for those speeches. Now, everyone buckle up, because we have awards going to people from 43 companies, so this is going to be a bit of a marathon. Companies that have all benefited from European venture debt financing in recent years. I'm going to call the companies in alphabetical order, so you can probably figure out about when your company is going to get called. And then can you swiftly come up on stage to collect your trophy and get a photo taken with these gentlemen. I'm also going to apologise in advance for any names that I completely destroy, because there's a lot of them. So here we go. First up, we have Anoka, and we have Jacob coming up to collect the award. Jacob from Anoka. Great, you don't have to run, don't worry. Thank you. Perfect. Then BioHope Scientific Solutions, we have Isabel Portero. Great. Bren Miller Energy, we have Ellie Lipman. We're just figuring out our stage logistics. Pascal from Carbios. Come on, we can keep it up. Vladimir from Codasip. Roman from Crowd Farming. Victor from Danads International. Slow down. Sorry, I've got ahead of myself. I was being too speedy. We're at Roman from Crowd Farming. Next up, we've got Cody from Eclectic. And then Stefan from L-Drive. And then Tiemann from Ella Innovations. Do we have Tiemann?
I keep it.
Oh, you'll keep it. It's all yours now. We have Claudio from Energy Dome. Next, Christian from Evaxion Biotech. Daniel from Exeger Operations. Next, Guillaume from Forto. Nicolas from German Bionic Systems. Do we have Nicolas? No? Okay, it's another one. It's one for you. We have Trolls from GomSpace. Oh, you're Nicolas. Nicolas, you're here. we have someone from GomSpace? Nope, missing in action. Rob from Graphinix Development. Then Alexis from HD360. Then Joeri from InBios. Peter from Inven Capital. And we have Blair from IQM. That already got a few shout outs today. Frederick from Inventiva Pharma. Jean-Luca from Leaf Space. Christian from Leyden Jar Technologies. Christophe from Medincell. Nope. Florian from Neuromod Devices. Jose from Nordian. Are you Jose? Then David from OLEDworks. Philippe from Pack Benefit. Lynn from Protix. Antoine from Region Lab. Simon from Scope Fluidics. Matthews from SDS Optic. Sorry for my sniffing, my cold is getting the better of me. Now we have Pierre from CPO. Massimiliano from Sky Dweller. We're on to the S's, guys. We've almost made it. Next, Ahti from Starship Technologies. Frank from Sunfire. Oh, what an innovative approach. Blake from Tilco. No, have we got Blake? Oh, he's coming. Next up, Cedric from Vercor. Do we have Cedric? Oh, there he is. Oh, now he's set a precedent. Renaud from Vlog. Teresa from Wingcopter. Anthony from Zero Tech. Bruno from XNext. And last but not least, we have Ravinda from Zealand Pharma. Great, congratulations everyone. Well done, gentlemen, for smiling so many times. We now have a message to watch from the EIB President, Nadia Calviño, who unfortunately couldn't come here in person today, so she has recorded a lovely speech for us. So let's have a listen to that now.
Good afternoon. I hope you had a fruitful day of discussion at this EIB Venture Debt Summit, which has generated a wealth of ideas on how we can work together to turn the huge talent for innovation in Europe into business opportunities and innovative solutions for the challenges that we're facing. Providing the right kind of support at the right time for Europe's innovative young companies is crucial. And this is at the heart of the European Investment Bank Group's mission. Europe truly is fertile ground for innovation. We have brilliant researchers and world-leading experts in every field. And it's clear, looking at the list of those of you attending today, that we also have a wealth of bright entrepreneurs and promising future tech champions. Young companies with fresh ideas will boost innovation in strategic areas. They will provide solutions to propel the green and digital transitions, more effective healthcare, and sustainable ways to produce goods and services. The European Investment Bank Group is a patient, long-term investor. Working alongside our partners at the European Commission, we are the largest financier of growth companies in Europe, supporting small and startup firms with capital, venture debt, and with financing, which is tailored to the company's needs. The venture debt and advisory services offered by the European Investment Bank can help startups and innovative companies like yours to scale up and overcome the hurdles faced throughout the life cycle of the company. This instrument was introduced less than a decade ago, specifically to fill a gap in the European market for early and growth stage companies. And now this has become one of the flagship products of our group. The EIB's venture debt portfolio stands at 7 billion euros today, helping to create more than 50,000 highly skilled jobs and mobilizing significant investment from the private sector. Some of our clients have gone to become household names like BioNTech, which pioneers the development of one of the life-changing vaccinations against COVID in Europe. With backing from the extensive technical and financial expertise of the teams at the EIB Group, we will continue to have European success stories, and I am convinced, alongside our partners, we will finance the next breakthrough clean technology. So let me congratulate you on your achievements so far, especially to those of you awarded Innovation Champions today. I have great confidence that your energy and imagination will lead us all to success, and you can count on the EIB to support you in this journey, putting Europe capital to work. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you in person next year.
Okay, so the good news is we went through that so quickly that we have time for a bonus coffee break, which is going to happen outside. Once we're done with the coffee break, it will be time for everyone to explore what's going on at the smaller stages, the 5 stages that you can find in the programme. There's an EIF stage, an EIC stage, a clean tech stage, life science stage, and deep tech stage. So check out what's going on in the programmes and decide which one you would like to go to, or the networking in the coffee area will just continue as well. If you're not sure where to go, anyone with a green lanyard will be able to help you. However, if you are a finalist of the EU Blue Champions programme, please come back in here at 3:30. So everything will start again at 3:30 in here if you're part of the Blue Champions Award, and at the small stages if you're interested in going to them. So this brings to an end all of us together in at this main stage. So thank you so much for being here with us today. It's been an absolute pleasure to moderate the event despite my raging cold and meet many of you. Please enjoy the rest of the sessions and sign up to Sifted's daily newsletter for endless news and insights on Europe's innovation ecosystem every morning. Thank you very much.